We are back. It's Achilles and Wolf, and we're going to be diving into the Pacific region here today. We got 3 matches for you, and I'm very excited because we get to cast Cat again.
That's right, Cat, the team with the best logo in all of Asia.
It can't be outdone.
And it's my first time casting Pacific, so I haven't cast Pacific yet. Obviously, I cast some of the teams at the last LAN, the Overwatch Champions Series Asia Finals, but I haven't actually cast the region, so it's my first time. So I'll be learning a lot alongside you today and trying to get a good picture of what these teams are looking like. Who Are You is one of my favorite Overwatch players of all time. I haven't cast him in a few years.
For good reason.
Yeah, so I'm hyped to, well, I say a few years. I think he did play in that Lunatic High show match, but I haven't cast him in like a real pro game in a few years, so I'm looking forward to that as well. It's going to be a good day today of Overwatch.
It is. I mean, we've got Teenage Rising going up against Fullhouse, then USIA versus Cat, and then the winners of those two series are going to be moving forward and playing against each other in our third and final set. Of course, the losers going to be going home. That's going to be the end of their run. This is a double elimination bracket rather than a round robin for Pacific, so a little bit different. So if it's also your first time tuning into Pacific, much like it is for Wolf, well, not tuning in, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Then yeah, it's a little bit different over here. So you get used to it. We'll have the breakdowns and all of that kind of stuff. But first, I know that there's people coming into the stream and they're saying, there's going to be drops. Are there things that I can obtain?
Viewership incentives?
Can I get things other than just the entertainment that is provided to me? The answer is yes. As you can see here at the bottom of your screen, but you don't have very long to get those things, so make sure you get them now.
Today's the last day for these incentives, but we have some new incentives coming, which will be starting tomorrow, I believe, but they're very limited.
Yep.
And
they're right here.
Yeah, they are going to be the Summer Games Torch Icon, a Taste of Glory spray. You want to bite that medal. And then an OWCS Ramatra skin, the home team skin. That's pretty cool. That's kind of arguably the coolest one I think we've had so far.
Yeah. So,
and yeah, you want to play some Ramatra on Control.
But you've only got 2 days
to
rack those up. So make sure you get them. Make sure you're tuning in both days because, of course, I mean, we have Overwatch games every single day over here in Asia. So yeah, you know, we'll you should be able to go ahead and accrue those. The icons, at least, are going to, the spray rather, is going to be a little bit easier. But if you want to get that Ramatra skin, you got to be hoping for some close action across those next 2 days, as well as I don't know, just that you can get it and that you have the time to tune in, I suppose. So make sure you do just that.
The Taste of Glory spray just reminds me of the meme of the guy on the podium.
Oh, yeah.
And
biting the medal in third place or whatever, spraying champagne directly into his face.
Or like it's some of the other versions, like in like 10th place, you know. Or that's definitely, I should get that one as soon as possible. I don't know if I'll actually get these because I'm always casting them, but maybe I'll just leave the stream.
Gotta leave it open on your PC before you come into the office.
Because I gotta get that because that's me in the solo queue games. I'm like, yeah, I got to kill, but we're
you
totally
spray it every
wrecked.
time you like kill the guy who's killed you like 5 times previously, and it's like, ha-ha!
Got him.
I'm better. But, here is the schedule for Stage 2 overall. Of course, yada, 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 3 regions going. There's a wild card tournament for final qualifications for the major. There's going to be seeding tournaments in between all of that as well to determine what rank players are going into their respective playoffs in, aside from Pacific, which, of course, is just a straight-up bracket.
Yeah. Pacific has a bracket tournament instead of round-robin system like Korea and Japan. Double elimination, we're in the lower part of that today, as you mentioned earlier, so some teams will be going home. Map pool here, if you've been following, Asia is still the same. No changes here across regions. And I think that we've been seeing a bit of a trend towards a lot more of the old maps, like you and I were talking about the other day, Kings Row, Dorado, very popular at the moment. Now we just got to get Junkertown back in here.
Yeah.
Classic 2019 action. It was one of my least favorite maps back then, but I kind of miss it, to be honest.
It's just, you know, the less you have of something, the more you kind of want it. But we'll take a look at the bracket now. As you can see, Bleed, Esports, as well as 99 Divine still sat there. Or rather, it's 99 Divine able to take them down, as 99 Divine in a very good spot. Bleed, though, at the bottom is awaiting their opponent. My bad. Anyway, we've got Teenage Rising going up against Fullhouse. We lost out on Goon Squad. They couldn't quite edge out the victory. And then you've got USIA, who were able to take down Fade Altair to now go up against Cat.
Yeah, Cat, a big fan favorite because of the logo, I would say. And Full House also, you know, with Who Are You on the team, with FaZe on the team, some players that a lot of people recognize, of course, from watching Korean esport, or Korean Overwatch, that is to say, which is an esport in Korea. So, you know, pretty popular team today. Teenage Rising versus Full House will be our first match of the day, and then we have Yuja against Cat, and then the winners of both of these matches will face off against each other in that round 3. So we will have 3 teams eliminated tonight.
That we shall. So it's down to the wire for all of these squads. So I think we are also going to be seeing quite a lot of just contentious action, some back and forth between these teams, especially in, you know, with whoever ends up in the third and final series of the day. But I think Teenage Rising, they got their work cut out for them. Kind of got blown out of the water in that first round. Granted, tough opponent for them, but Full House is not really going to be any different. They were able to take 99 Divine to a full 5, and then the fact that 99 Divine was able to take down Bleed Esports tells you that power level. So Full House certainly do come into this one perhaps expected to be the favorites, but here's the roster for Teenage Rising. We got Fuso Fast, Smile, Crisby, as well as Savior and Save Hope, who's going to be starting.
Yeah, Juzo on the bench for this first map at least. And, you know, a roster obviously that has a lot of power in it, no doubt, but how they will perform against Full House, which in terms of name value seems like the favorites. Obviously have some Korean players on their roster, so, you know, import squads do often end up getting a bit of a nudge for us in terms of predictions, not just because we live in Korea and cast Korean Overwatch forever, but just because they are so strong and so competitive. This roster, though, definitely shaping up to be a big challenger here. It would be cool to see if Teenage Rising could actually take the win today as well.
It would be a huge upset, I would say, just given what I've been able to witness here of Teenage Rising's performances. But, you know, if they're on the up and up, it all comes down to how do you perform on the day. So we will have to just wait and see how they do perform. But on the opposite side, we've got Full House with some more familiar faces. We keep talking about them. We're going to keep talking about them because it demands to be spoken about. Who Are You right there in the damage role along Speed. And then you've got FaZe, Yunko, and Ray Momo.
Yeah, a very strong roster. FaZe, you know, obviously a very flexible tank player. You see highlights the D.Va here. Was, I'd say probably pretty consistently in the upper half of D.Va players in contenders back a long time ago. And obviously has been on a lot of Korean teams and overseas teams since then. Has been around really since 2018. So really 6 years of Overwatch career under his belt. Ton of experience. Who Are You, of course, playing since the very beginning of Apex. And ended up picking up MVP when Lunatic High was able to take that second title. And yeah, I mean, I think this roster has a ton of experience in it. Speed is a fantastic hit scan player. He's one of the players I've actually watched in Pacific a lot, so looking forward to seeing him play as well.
I'm going to apologize up front to you because now this is going to get into your brain as we take a look and we have Lijiang Tower to start. Every time I say Ray Momo, I'm thinking Ray Romano.
Okay.
There might be some plenty of viewers that are watching right now who have no idea who the hell Ray Romano is.
Well,
but anybody who grew up in the 90s, you know.
You know, if you know, you know. And also, we all learned a little bit of something about Achilles today and where his mind goes.
I used to watch Everybody Loves Raymond a lot when I was younger.
Yeah, Everybody Loves Raymond was certainly one of those shows that I saw, you know, ads for and like bumpers for more than I actually watched, but it was pretty funny. It was pretty decent, you know.
I liked it a lot.
It was pretty good.
It's one of those things where I just didn't realize how big like comedians were in their own sphere, both because I just only ever saw them on sitcoms. But anyway, enough about that. Enough about reminiscing about childhood in the 90s. Let's go ahead and get into the action because Teenage Rising versus Full House is about to kick off. We got Lijiang Tower to start, and we're into a pause. So let's go back to talking about 90s sitcoms and comedians.
Yeah. Do you remember the show Full House?
Oh, of course.
I don't know why I can't remember the actor's name. Tim Allen. Tim Allen, wasn't it?
No. That's
Was that? No, it's Home Improvement.
You're thinking of Home Improvement.
Yeah, Home Improvement. Yeah, that's the show I was thinking of.
Because Tim Allen was the voice of Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah. Yeah, that show I remember watching a little bit as a kid and just being like, I don't know why people watch this. I don't get it. And then when I go visit the States from time to time, there's a really weird thing I've noticed. If you stay in a hotel, like a cheap hotel, they put on a lot of reruns of 90s shows. And also if you go to TV Land, like when I watched TV Land as a kid, They showed like the Andy Griffith show.
Well, you used to see Andy Griffith. You used to see like
I Love Lucy.
I Love Lucy, Green Acres.
Yeah, and now it's like 90s shows. I'm like, oh no, I'm old.
Yeah,
I'm the old one now. But
yeah.
I watched some Home Improvement, and I was like, okay, this is pretty funny, but it's so 90s. Like it doesn't hold up. But because I was in that time period, like I can kind of get it.
Still connect.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people think about Friends as well.
Sure.
Like I've talked to a lot of people who didn't really watch those types of TV shows or sitcoms back then, and then like they watch Friends now and they're like, it's so terrible, it's so boring. If you take the laugh track out, it's like not funny. But like I grew up with that, so I still find it really funny.
No, I think honestly, like a lot of those shows still do very much hold up because as it turns out, society sometimes the same things just keep wrapping back around. So the relevance in jokes and poking and prodding at different issues that exist, it stays relevant. I was actually just this is weird. I was just having a conversation about this with Golden Boy actually, because he was out here for a certain event, and we just somehow got into a whole conversation while we were hanging out at my house about like old TV shows and stuff, and like everybody else that was there is just younger than Golden Boy and I because we're like 2 years separated, and everybody else was like a bit younger, and they're like, I don't know what the hell that is, like what shows are you talking? Sideshow was there, and he's just like, of course, never heard of a lot of like classic 60s, 70s American television shows.
Yeah, I do find that I'm kind of the guy who doesn't know what's going on now. Like people tell you what they're watching these days, like what they're watching on Netflix and stuff, and I don't know what's going on.
And people are watching Skibbity Toilet, like.
I literally don't know what it is, but people say
what
it all the time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I actually know what it is, and the weird thing is like it's actually a long series. I've never watched it, but it's a thing that was made in like Gary's Mod. Like 15 years ago or something.
Yeah, like
but for whatever reason it's like super popular now.
What was that old Half-Life video where it somebody wrote like a fanfic and then somebody made a video of the fan fiction of what was going on in the Half-Life game?
I don't know this one.
You don't know this one? Like, I can't remember the name of it. There was a lot of stuff that was really funny when I was like 14, that isn't as funny now.
People used to do like YouTube poops and stuff was like a whole genre.
Yeah, I never got into that.
Neither did I. But just, people remixing a bunch of different stuff. But anyway, the game is ready to go. So now we can stop reminiscing and we can look into the actual action here.
Yeah, Chris V had some ping issues, but it seems they have been resolved. So, FaZe on D.Va. That is a throwback for me in a very nostalgic way. I'm not sure if he will actually stick with this pick or not. I think it is still viable on lijiang here, especially because of the mobility it's going to provide and also its ability to get environmental kills. Pharah D.Va into the Winston Echo Tracer dive. So a more Korean-style comp here from Teenage Rising.
For the knockoff, nothing to be found there. Just a minor poop back is got a fuel, so grounded for now. Is that Pharah? But okay, Speed 75 able to go ahead and find Few so fast right off the rip.
He's like more like Few so slow. Nice try to get away from me.
I mean, that was a really snappy kill. Almost finds another one there as Smile barely survives. And for now, Fullhouse will just be able to go ahead and get the initial lockdown to the point here on Gardens.
Yep. First cap comes through pretty quickly here for Fullhouse with that initial pick. Speed once again just threatening anyone who sticks their heads out. Fantastic Ash play so far from this Hitscan player. Takes out Savior as well, but Who Are You falls in the interim.
Does end up falling, so 1 for 1, but of course Savior, you'd very much rather have it, allows for Ray Momo to go ahead and get even more substantial lead towards this Nano. The jump forward, Frisbee just isolated alone, just not enough healing throughput from Savo by himself, so they get picked apart, and there's going to be control maintained here for Fullhouse.
Fullhouse also have a nano boost here. They can just toss that either onto Who Are You for some additional damage or onto the D.Va. And FaZe is just in complete control, says no entry.
Running him over. Frisbee late to try to go here for the peel. Now the Nano going to be invested. FaZe the recipient of that, just shrugging off this ante as he continues to charge forward. Touching the spawn room doors, taking out Save Hope, and now able to go ahead and swing around the corner to get an assist on Few so fast.
This is a very dominant start here for Fullhouse. I've cast some Telomere games this split, but this is something else, as Who Are You is also super low on ult charge compared to the time of the game because he hasn't had that much time to actually hit anybody because he keeps dying before he can shoot him. Nano in return.
Primal's at the ready. Bob going to be invested over towards the bridge. Pulse bomb goes out, but will be dodged. Who are you staying safe here for the moment as the chase comes in? Just great movement here on this Vara. Break on this duped mech. Push around the corner. We'll be able to build that up, but dupe will expire, so can't get back in. Crispy at the same time able to go ahead and take out Ray Momo with the primal range. He's looking for a new target. Ash seeming like it's going to be the one, but now the barrage into the back line is Who Are You? Just massacres both the supports. Save Hope, Savior both going to be taken down. Rally still rolling now, expired from Yunko. The staying power on this point is still very much felt as Fullhouse will clean up another one. Fuse up ass dead on the back end as it's 95%.
Crispy going to look for the touch here. It looks like through the window. Nope, going to go around the other
Oh,
side.
he gets pushed back, and that is a brutal deny here. A forced C9 from the hands of Who Are You, just stopping that access.
Yeah, I don't think he could have made it through the window there anyways, but I was hopeful. I was optimistic for him because I didn't think he was going to get through the main entry with a boop available there for Yunko. And, I mean, there is like not much to say about this one except they are just getting out-handsed. I mean, this is absolutely a mechanical diff here. Who Are You's movement, you mentioned it, when they almost picked him with the nano coming through was just fantastic. Sure, they were able to still take out Ray Momo, but the usage of nano onto phase was way stronger. They had, you know, spawn camp control for so long, built up the barrage for Who Are You, and I mean, speed just took over the game in the beginning, and maybe that'll happen again here as we move to another part of Lijiang that has long sight lines. We're not going into control tower, and so really big opportunity for Speed once again to try to take few out. He's in between blinks, predicting those like he did last time. His smile continues with this echo.
Looks like he's going to be going a little bit wide. Crispy already down low, has to jump back, tucks around the corner, but FaZe is there on the chase. Looking for that punish. In the meantime, Yunko able to find one. Is so fast, going to be taken down right off the rip here once again. Bubble broken, players out into the open. Play safe. The D.Va is eliminated, but Who Are You? The rest of the team still very much are here to play as Who Are You is taking out 3 back to back to back. And that is going to be the initial cap going their way once again. The Baby D.Va will fall, but they quickly trade it out as Crispy also dies.
Yeah, and FaZe can get back to the point very quickly because he is D.Va. So they won't worry too much about that. Yunko played that so incredibly well, bought so much space, did a lot of damage while also then picking the Tracer with the whip shot so that Who Are You could clean up. Speed. And he see enemy, he shoot enemy in the head. It's actually crazy. This guy is really impressing me. And Crispy doesn't have a nano, so this is going to be a bit of a slower push.
Doesn't have the nano, the primal on the way. An attempt at a back cap, you would suspect from Fuse so fast over by the point, but Speed will find another headshot there as Savior gets taken down. Who Are You? On the hunt, looking for this Tracer, and with that final direct hit, we'll be able to take him down. Barrage about to be available. Self-destruct is going to be up. Primal, in the meantime, has been burned, but it's just not finding any value, and Crispy might not even survive with that.
Yeah. Well, looks like he will barely get out, but now that Primal's down, we'll have a nano for this next fight. It'll take them a minute to build it, but they should be able to utilize that. The problem is Fullhouse have the Fullhouse of ultimates in return. And Fuse so fast is picked again first.
Take it down. I mean, just the DPS line just falling up to pieces here is Who Are You? I mean, this guy, I'm pretty sure he's the lobby leader in kills and that also has only died 1 time.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Well, in Pacific, we don't fly the graphics, so I won't say the thing.
Yeah, don't say the thing. It's okay. We'll hold it. We got a few Japan cast coming up, so looks like FaZe may want to drop the self-destruct on top of the base. We'll decide to hold it wisely.
Bob now, they try to hold him at bay. Sleep does come across, but Bob woken and FaZe is right in on top of Savior, finds that. Now Nano across onto Who Are You? Because why the hell not? Guy's been pounding, and that's just going to keep them contained back into the dropship once again. Fuse so fast going to be noted here around the back. It's the pulse across, and that will be Yunko taken down, but he gives his life for it. 10-player kill streak here for the set of Who Are You? Now just maybe looking to play sneakily here with that barrage.
Yeah, Who Are You? Just threatening a flank. Smile looks like he might actually go for a D.Va contest.
Touch, then push back. Has it denied it again? No, okay. This time, overtime will be forced out. Look at that. Dupe onto the mech immediately, evaporating as the barrage comes in. Smile in his natural form will be taken down as well, as that should just about do it. Overtime will bleed away here as Fuse so fast and Savior eventually will fall. And that is going to be back-to-back 100-0s here as Fullhouse take Lijiang Tower in dominant fashion.
Yeah, very dominant win from them. Who Are You getting the triple kill feed on the Echo there? Gets the cloned mech, the clone, and then the Echo. And unfortunately, with the timing and the boop away there, when he ended up going for the duplicate, he was not facing in a direction to where he could actually then absorb the barrage. Because maybe if he actually is able to swing up and absorb that barrage with his Matrix, or at least a majority of it, then there's enough time bought there for someone else to get onto the point. But I mean, it was just going to be an uphill battle no matter what there. Insanely dominant start to the series here by Full House. And I knew they were going to come in as favorites, but I did not expect it to be this one-sided. Obviously, control can be quite snowbally, especially when you have the DPS lineup that we're seeing here just dominate this hard. And unfortunately, FuSoFast has been picked a lot in the beginning of these fights. I also feel like Ray Momo had a really good performance on the Brig, so...
I mean, all of them did. You know, Ray Momo was looking good. Yunko was looking good.
Or Yunko, sorry, was the Brig player in this case.
Yeah, just kind of stacked across the board. There's not really any flaws that you could point out from the side of Full House's play. But Teenage Rising, like you said, control, it can be very snowballing. We've seen plenty of teams that often just, I mean, I still think about Shanghai Dragons from a couple years ago, where it was like they were still the most dominant team that we had in Asia and kind of in the league, but they could never win on control. And then they would just roll the rest of the series. It was always a 3-1. But for Teenage Rising, it's not quite going to be the same case here, but they need to look a bit stronger, you know, depending on what the map pick is.
FaZe has always been such a good D.Va player. It's cool for him that this meta does allow for D.Va Pharah dive, and he's utilizing it incredibly well. And I think a lot of this is tied together by Speed's Ashe, because if Speed isn't constantly threatening these backline picks onto Ana, for example, killing the Tracer when she's trying to flank, these types of plays, then the dive gets a lot harder to pull off, because when you go forward, then your backline's exposed to FuSoFast on his Tracer. But if he's dying when he's trying to go for those flanks, and then you just instantly get to push forward with no punish, then the supports can do whatever they want. They can focus only on healing, focus only on looking at the front. And so, yeah, I feel like this is one of those series that might just be decided, if this continues here, by the fact that the DPS lineup is just so mechanically superior, unfortunately, for Teenage Rising of Full House.
Could very well be the case, but for now, we have Teenage Rising making their map pick, so we'll see where they opt to go, what kind of game type we're going to be having as well. Didn't get to see their last series, so I'm not too certain where they're going to look to take us here.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on what they want to do. They're running the Winston Tracer Echo, so something like Dorado could be pretty viable. King's Row also feels fairly strong for that. I don't know if you want to keep running this comp, though, into what Full House are doing, because they're just shutting it down over and over and over again. Maybe moving off the Tracer and playing a Cassidy comp with something else could be the way to go. Those are kind of my guesses at the moment. Maybe even also just moving to Flashpoint and playing a completely different comp entirely. So I'm concerned.
Well, the map set is ready to go, so they've gotten their selection locked in, and we're moments away from jumping into it. So let's go ahead and fly the graphic, and it's going to be Flashpoint.
Okay.
As we head into Suravasa.
Well,
once again, I'd like to remind all of the teams that New Junk City exists. And for the viewers as well, it is in the pool. It does exist, but nobody wants to play it.
Yeah, nobody ever plays it. I think Suravasa is a map that gives you a lot more agency if you have a strong hit scan player, or you feel like you have a strong hit scan player, because that's where the first point is often decided, is just by the better sniper. Whether that's a Widow, a Sojourn, last season, or now the Ashe. But I'm not sure if I would be feeling good about that right now if I were Teenage Rising. They obviously weren't running any long-range hit scan on that first map. Maybe they'll change it up this time around. Would love to see them run the Cassidy and try to just hunker down and do that glass cannon and make an anti-dive comp into what Full House is running. Also gives them the opportunity to knock the bar out of the sky.
Alrighty, well, game is ready. So let's go ahead and jump into Suravasa. See if Full House is just going to be continuing to run away with this one, or if Teenage Rising will be able to equalize the playing field and get us a tied up 1-1 score.
I see Who Are You, Genji. Get a little giddy. I see pause.
I see
in the beginning,
pause.
this goes away.
All right, let me pop this thing
goes
back in
away.
my ear. Getting my in-ear back in, and okay.
Smile DC looks like, just based on the hero portraits.
Yep, so hopefully just a quick reconnect and then right back into the action here. So we'll find out. What other sitcoms you took?
Trying to think about, I mean, did you ever watch all the Disney Channel sitcoms and stuff?
I used to watch a lot of them when I was younger. I remember the thing that I actually really liked about Disney more than their shows was their seasonal movies.
Yeah.
So like Phantom of the Megaplex.
Do you ever watch You Wish?
That one sounds really familiar.
It's the one where the younger brother, I think, or the older brother wishes his younger brother never existed, and then
Oh,
he lives in like an alternate timeline. I like that one a lot.
And it's like life, like he initially thinks that like life is way better, but there's another pause. But and then like things fall apart and yada yada yada.
Yeah, and the younger brother is like the character that, or the actor that plays Beans.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, he's not in the movie that much because like he gets wished away.
Sure.
But yeah, my sister.
For anybody who doesn't know, I don't even remember the name of the Shia LaBeouf show.
Even Stevens?
Yeah, Even Stevens. For anybody who doesn't know that, they must have been really confused. He's like, yeah, he plays Beans. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think some people will get it.
Like, as an instrument?
I think the thing about Disney Channel for me was I never was super interested in watching the shows because they seemed way more boring than like the anime I was watching on Adult Swim and stuff. Because I was older when I got cable. Like, I was kind of too old for Disney Channel. But I would play StarCraft all night. And my sister would be in the same room that I was playing on the PC with, and she would just watch Disney Channel all day or all night or whatever. So I'd kind of just like hear, and then like I'd be trying to find a game. Because if you guys remember old StarCraft 1, there's like no queue, there's no like fine match. You have to like just keep asking people for games. So while I'm trying to find a game, I'm kind of watching. I'm like, these movies are pretty good. These shows are pretty okay. I never really cared for the Lizzie McGuire show, but you know, there were some good shows on that channel. You know, I felt like my sister, you know, could learn some decent values from some of the shows that were there. We do not know what's going on with Smile's internet yet, but it is a network issue of some kind.
Well, we now know we're good to go. So everything should be okay. Just got word. So hopefully no further hang-ups here.
He is playing Cassidy. Or sorry, Tracer. So I'm guessing they're going to be playing maybe the Cassidy here. Let's see what he swaps to.
Could just be.
Genji.
Oh, okay. So we have Genji from Fuse So Fast, but who are you playing Tracer? I hope that he just sees the Genji on the other side and goes like, okay, let's do this.
I hope so too. He did kind of tease me earlier, and now I'm kind of mad. I feel betrayed. But if it's not broke, don't fix it, because they're running the same comp they ran on lijiang, and they crushed with it.
Moderate attempt at some fan service, perhaps, from Who Are You? As for now, Fuse So Fast, they get some forward space up over the top here as the point gets unlocked, but this is where things can start getting risky. It's going to be taking down the Bionade. We'll go ahead and confirm the kill. Pressure trying to be applied here on his speed into that back line, but Dynamite will go ahead and force Smile away into a headshot. Just putting him down. And first lock of the point goes the way of Fullhouse.
Yeah, Fuse So Fast also doesn't have a Swift Strike, so he's going to go down here and stagger. We'll get like a little bit more ult charge, but everybody loves Ray Momo. Getting that opening bio pick.
See, I told you, it's going to be in your
I
head.
know! So why'd you do it?
Because I couldn't be the only one. I had to stop being the only one who thought this way.
I'm trapped in this with you now.
If I'm cast with 9K or Minsong, they don't know what that is. They didn't have Ray Romano on Korean television in the 90s.
Well, he gets another big bio here as well. Fuse So Fast is in trouble. This isn't the most ideal dive target.
Swinging around the backhand side, here's Who Are You? Pulse Bomb available. Speed does get taken down though. Safe Hope able to find that kill. Still though, entry to the point. Gonna be a little bit difficult here if Who Are You is able to find a target. It's looking for one now. It's a big anti going out. Savior trying to keep everybody alive, but Who Are You comes up with two. Grisby, Save Hope, both gonna be taken down. Savior now also eliminated. It's just Smile left alive as he's trying to threaten the flip, but they will never allow for that. The first flashpoint goes the way of Fullhouse.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a swap that I missed at some point for Crispy, but it's almost impressive that he has so little ult charge. Like, he's just not been able to get any value at all. He's just been out-rotated by Fullhouse. Every time he tries to go in for a pick onto phase, he just flies away, and then the backline is exposed again. As he is holding self-destruct here. Not going to be the most useful ultimate, but that rally coming online could be great for this opening contest if Junko can build it.
Push these heals out.
Dragon Blade.
He's a fast, couple slices across. Speed will be taken down, but Save Hope is going to be the cost on the opposite side as Who Are You is able to collect that elimination. Point being occupied for now by the side of Fullhouse. Crispy forced away, down to half HP. And Save Hope is going to come sprinting back over to the rescue. Rally going to be opened up now as Kitsune Rush comes through. FaZe though, eat on the pulse. Smile, unable to find value there. The point cap comes in. Fullhouse in control for the moment as the anti goes across. Right as Fuse So Fast tries diving into the back line. Peel offered up. Speed able to find that elimination. Savior going to be taken down. This once again just be a bit of a wash of a fight here. 14 Age Rising as they just can't quite find these picks.
Frisbee builds a lot of ult this time, but will be going down. It looks very likely here. Got purpled, wasn't able to be healed up. They actually kind of stagger him there a little bit as well. Don't even initially kill him, so he's going to have a little bit of a delayed respawn. That should be like 70 plus before we can really see an actual contest for Teenage Rising. They might be able to sound barrier and take a fight off the point, but not if anybody dies here. Good escape there from Smile, but I think a sound barrier engage is going to have to be the go button.
Bob now going to be invested aggressively. Sound barrier has to come out in response. Speed will be taken down though. He's so fast, able to get in on top of him as Nano goes across onto Junko, trying to bail out this Brig. Manages, but that's good use. Finds the whip shot. Smile eliminated. With the push back, Rally again going to be online now. Popped, rolling through, just stunning everybody up and taking them down as Frisbee will fall to the wayside. And with just 8% remaining, that is going to be the second flashpoint going the way of Fullhouse now. Just one away from sweeping their way up to a 2-0 start.
Yeah, well, another great sleep from Ray Momo. Great nano coming out. Rally just keeps flowing. I don't know. I mean, we're going to see a Diva swap here, but this is just looking so one-sided at this point. I like the idea to try to cancel the Bob value with a sound barrier, but it just didn't work out. It's used off the point. FaZe is under no pressure here. Eats the bio grenade. Gets fully healed up. Yusufas just trying to get the last part of this Dragon Blade to maybe set up for backline access. I mean, that's what they need so desperately.
Momo able to find one. Savior taken down. They get the dive forward here onto Speed. Finding that punish. Blade now online. If Yusufas finds who are you as well. So probably the best advantage that we've seen so far here for the side of Teenage Rising, as they desperately need to be able to find this point cap. Blade's going to be pulled out just to go ahead and try to secure this one. Kill eventually going to be found as Ray Momo will be taken out, but FaZe does find a parting gift kill there onto the Genji, putting him down. Self-destruct now going to be committed. FaZe seemingly thinking that they're going to be able to win this one out, but oh my god!
What?
He manages to get both the supports! They didn't realize where the bomb was going, and now FaZe is taking over! This point was in the hands of Teenage Rising, and they just stole it away. Daylight robbery.
That is actually just not allowed. I was watching FaZe like drop this up to second, and I was like, okay, he's crazy. He really just wants to deny percentage here. There's no way he's actually going to kill anybody. He's just going to get staggered. That's a really risky call. Instead, he kills two. It goes just over the fountain. I think they thought they were safe there, but it went nudged over just enough to actually catch both of them there, and that is a massive win for Fullhouse when it looked so doomed. That's a win, though. Smile taking out Junko.
They need a lot more than that, though, as was just proven. And there's Speed now, taken down. So decent reply here from the side of Teenage Rising, as Ray Momo will also fall before he can try to invest in that nano. Dash over to the side, who are you? Pack's not there. He will be taken out, and Teenage Rising are going to start getting their first bits of percentage here on the point.
Yeah, finally. Feels like the first time in this series, and you see really good value there from Fuso Fast in that last fight after the pick came through. Builds half a blade here. They're going to have to contend with Nano this time around, though. That's the scariest part. That's going to whiff. And let's see who he decides to Nano. FaZe would be the ideal target if he wants to dive deep.
For now, just waiting out. Considering rush, it does expire. Beats available on the opposite side, though. So Teenage Rising in the lead and a chance to go ahead and stretch this up even further. Savior getting tagged lower off screen, but now Beat going to be invested. Goes out on to 5. FaZe playing forward, has that nano. It helps it for a kill. Savior's going to be taken down, wraps around here into the back line, trying to keep the rest of the team protected, but Save Hope is able to find one. Frisbee, Junko now going to be taken down. That's going to be the self-destruct out just to go ahead and further secure this point. It seems like Teenage Rising going to be able to extend this map unless Speed has something else to say about it. 2 kills going to be found, but eventually he will just be corralled upon. FaZe is there to try to peel off, but nothing worth doing there.
Yeah, a little bit of a sloppy fight from Fullhouse. FaZe actually lost line of sight with Ray Momo, so couldn't get nanoed until the last possible second. And Frisbee probably won't have to use this self-destruct for remake. I say that, they're committing the rally. They want this 3-0.
Self-destruct is out, but that's going to be the cleanup, so the Baby Diva unable to survive. Rally keeping them in this one here for the time being. TP away, Savior able to go ahead, step out of the point, keeps himself alive here for the moment. The counter flip is back in. Fullhouse once again in control as Savior will fall.
I really did not think they were going to actually go for the recontest there. The last fight went so poorly. FaZe got demeched because he got the nano so late, but the rally is just enough here. They recontest the last possible second. Dragon Blade's at the ready, but nothing to pair with it, so Fuso Fast going to have to find a really nice angle on his own. Rough start here for Smile.
Just being held at bay, but widely able to dodge out a lot of the damage. He keeps himself alive and well for the moment. Push forward, looking for the kill here, trying to execute. Junko dash in, but he's going to be antied out. Now the barrage comes in from over top, and who are you? Punishes The overextending Genji, 99-99 as the mech gets broken. Smile gets taken down. It looks like it was so damn close to being pushed over to a fourth flashpoint, but no cigar, as Fullhouse will be able to go ahead and take this map. Suravasa is theirs in 3-0 fashion.
Wow, what a dominant game from Fullhouse. 2 back-to-back ones. The limit testing in this second map was pretty unreal, though. FaZe going for the self-destruct gets 2, but in an ideal world, that probably wouldn't have happened and he would have been punished, but he wasn't. Then they go for the contest there on the final point when it looked like, okay, there's no way they could realistically break their way through there. A lot of ults coming online for the enemy team. They have the rally. They just barely stick it through. And I feel like they're playing with such reckless abandon because they know they have the hands to do it, they have the mechanics to do it, and they just aren't getting punished. But it does make me wonder, if this team does end up showing up at our land, for example, if maybe some bad habits may be learned. But you know what? It's winning, and it's winning really hard right now as we've had just a small smidgen of hope for Teenage Rising, and then it was just smashed away.
Well, now they have to reverse sweep if they want to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, they're going to be facing elimination as Fullhouse seeks a 3-0 sweep. We'll see what happens, though, when we come back from a quick little break. Alrighty, we're back and about to go into map number 3, and given the pace right now that's being put up by Fullhouse, this very well could be the final map of this series, and Fullhouse will punch their ticket into our third and final set today. But Teenage Rising now in a position where they have to reverse sweep if they want to stay in the bracket.
Yeah, and it's going to look to be a tough and uphill battle with how this is going so far. Just getting outclassed kind of in every position here, unfortunately, and the diva play from FaZe has been fantastic, but also the support play from Momo. He's hit some insane bio-nades. Like when the Dragon Blade came through in that last blade for Smile, he just gets him, instantly knocks, or not from Smile, from Fuse so fast, instantly hits him with it, and then he just can't be healed. Yeah, he dies, but the Genji goes down.
Yep.
Plus, both of the DPSs, like the Ashe play we saw on the first map, the Pharah play, like it's just a bit of a gap, unfortunately, and these aren't things you can fix from map to map. If you are just mechanically this outclassed, sometimes there's just nothing to do but then play your comfort map, play your comfort cop, and try to just clutch it out. So sometimes that's just how it goes.
Yep. Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to clutch it out and see as well what the third and potentially final map of this set is going to be. It's the last map pick the Teenage Rising have available to them, so even if they can get the win here, it's going to be Fullhouse having just, you know, every advantage from there on out. So I think a lot of thought going to have to go into this one. So I'm curious to see where they take us. Already took us to Flashpoint. Push, Hybrid, as well as Escort are available for them. We'll see what they're going to do right now as we get ready to go into the map set here and take a little gander at what they have prepared for us. And it's going to be Push, and it's going to be runasapi.
Runasapi, okay. Runasapi has kind of been, at first it felt like it was a map that you would use to surprise teams because it's new in the pool. We didn't see a ton of teams picking it at first, but now it's kind of become a staple. So not 100% sure what the game plan is going to be here, but I do expect that we'll either see Pharah from Who Are You, or they'll run the same comp they ran on that second map because very viable there. I would love to see something fun out of Fullhouse, like running the Alari comps that have been so popular on Push recently, just to see if they can prove that they can do it. Just kind of from a scholastic perspective, but we'll find out.
That we will. Let's go ahead and get into this one here. Push, the deciding factor for the side of Teenage Rising. Does their series get extended, or does it all come to an end right now at the hands of Fullhouse?
Several weeks of play all might culminate in a loss here. We're waiting to find out what happens next year. Won't be going to the LAN. Won't be going any further in playoffs, so just trying to keep yourself in the right mindset. Who boils donuts?
Well, you deep fry them.
Are those funnel cakes? Is that what they're...
No, like a donut. You get the dough and then you deep fry it. That's how you make a donut.
Oh, they're just making the donuts.
Yeah.
Is that how you make donuts?
That's how you make a donut.
But it looks like they're boiling them.
Well, yeah, I mean, in hot oil. You're deep frying them.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like thinking like making noodles, but like just put donuts in there. I don't know, Kilios. This has been a wild first two maps.
That would be disgusting, but let's...
We're moving on. Okay, Fuse so fast is running the Genji. They're running Diva Dive with Kiriko here, and Fullhouse is just going to keep running this Tracer, Ashe. Who Are You not going to be playing the Pharah this time around? Let's look at out mechanic.
At least not initially. He's so fast, getting in deep though, looking for Momo. We'll be able to go ahead and claim that kill, but Save Hope going to be traded at the same time as Grisvy's Mac. Maybe even now going to be finished off. However, Youngcoat does die, meaning that there's going to be no supports, but now there's no team on the opposite side, as that will be a team kill coming through, and the bot now starting to push.
You can see the mechanics of Fuse so fast on this Genji. It looks a lot better than his Tracer for me. You know, obviously I haven't cast him before, but he really does have the right read on exactly when he wants to go through it, go for his combo, get the dash reset, but you know, playing that deep means that you expose your backline like we were talking about in the last two maps. So great start to the fight, take out the support, limit the nano boost charge. You can see Momo's only at 26%, but you know, he's going to need that next Dragon Blade to be big for a trade like that. As the cart is just rolling towards this checkpoint right now, trying to respect speed sightlines.
Yep, easy breezy here. Continuing forward as FaZe just running them over. Piles in. Fuse so fast, going to be taken down now. Savior cleaned up. Save Hope should die right here as the reload comes through. FaZe will go ahead and claim that one as well. And the bot will continue on its merry way, pretty much unhindered, as the checkpoint will be reached. Now forward spawns are even in action for the side of Fullhouse.
Remember a FaZe back when you...
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Can he jump off the set? Now it's going to be a forced reset.
Unfortunate. and that's going to really limit his ability to remech. And this card is just rolling, man. They are completely spawn camping them here practically, as Whoaryu is looking for a pulse bomb angle, and he is uncontested.
Just offering up some damage from below there. Anti-across on the 2. FuSoFast going to have that cleansed off, as Savior is able to go ahead and keep him alive. And Savior gives up his life. FuSoFast is able to find 1, so 1 for 1 on the supports thus far with speed at risk, but the nano comes across, keeps him very much safe for the moment. FaZe will use that self-destruct to go ahead and get himself back into the mech. In the meantime, we're fighting all the way over here. The body is still pushing. The bot is moving forward at the moment. It's gaining increased distance at 107 at the moment here, as FaZe just drawing all the attention, all eyes on him. Will finally be broken out of the mech once again, but the bot is continuing to push forward, as Whoaryu is just looking to do the biggest back cap of all time, but eventually the respawns will come through, and he will be stopped.
Yeah, it looks like
that is so much distance.
Yeah, he didn't have to recall or anything like that. We'll have to expend his blink charges, as you can see. We'll be able to get those up for this next fight, though. He's just going to sit here and go 1, 2, and then eventually ultimately 3, as he is unpunished. So yeah, you end up winning the fight. You now have a lot of great ultimates for this next fight, and it needs to be clean. Like, this is the best fight you were ever going to get, and then Smile dies.
All right, well, yep, Smile dead off the rip as that blade gets pulled, but there's a shield bash from Yunko trying to keep him off of Ray Momo. Second slash, the third one would do it, but Crispy will be able to go ahead and collect the kill. FuSoFast diving right back into the action. Puts up the deflect. It's backpedaling here for now as the heal starts streaming across. Save Hope going to be traded at the same time as Savior tagged down below half HP. Just trying to stay in the mix as Whoaryu is just continuing to just steal this bot away. Now he's looking for the diff here on the Smile so he can continue to go for the push. In the meantime, the rest of the team is falling to the wayside. FuSoFast, Savior going to be taken down. Crispy going to be taken out of the mech here in a brief little moment. Self-destruct does get committed to. This phase just goes ahead, evacuates, gets away from that situation, gets some heals back over to try to build up for another nano. And Crispy's going to be taken out of the mech once again.
Whoaryu just reminding everybody that there is a second win condition than having superior distance. It's finishing the map. A push. It is rare in professional play, but it does happen, and it might happen here.
I mean, he's reminding everybody that he does have multiple championship titles behind him as well.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of reminding, and I think the chat is definitely aware. This might just be in the map here, one of the fastest of push I have ever cast.
Safe Hope dead, Dynamite across, the Baby Diva going to be taken down. Considering Rush using desperation here by Savior just to try to do anything to get them forward here. Intercept this, attempt at the pulse bomb stick, going to go wide. FuSoFast in the end ends up getting cleaned up. Savior dead as Whoaryu is able to drop him. And yep, this should just about do it here, as it's just going to be some minor cleanup. Crispy having to be taken out of the mech, but that's not going to last too long when you've got all 5 players alive from Fullhouse. Self-destruct to go ahead and try to zone them back away. Savior will fall, and that should just about be the push coming to fruition here. Just corpses flying at this one, but eventually the bot will make it to the very end. In about 5 minutes' time, Fullhouse will be able to clean things up here on Runasapi and get themselves a 3-0 win, as well as another matchup later on today.
Yeah, moving into that third round of the lower bracket, Fullhouse almost unceremoniously crushing Teenage Rising today in a very, very dominant fashion, just outclassing them across the board. And for Teenage Rising, they're going to have to take a look at what this roster might look like moving into 2025, as that is the end of their OWCS run. Look, there were some good moments. I feel like FuSoFast redeeming himself a little bit on the Genji, had some good blades. The last blade that he had obviously got a sound barrier on top of himself, so wasn't able to be instantly punished by the bio grenade when he went for the Ana. I think he's definitely got the mechanics. You can see him utilize them, especially even when he doesn't have the Dragon Blade. Looks pretty clean there. But it needs to be a better team-coordinated effort. And even though it's a very mixed roster on both sides here, Fullhouse, having the Korean players on their squad, they just seem to be moving as a unit so much better. And, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to show us in our third series of the night, as well against potentially a tougher opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's either going to be Yuja or it's going to be Cat. Right now, my money is kind of on Cat, but also
Same. I'm a little biased, too.
We're biased because we like the logo, we like the name, and I really like Magician because his Wrecking Ball is kind of cracked out of this world. So, but we'll have to just wait and see. But I think right now, after the performance, given the performance that Fullhouse was able to put up against Divine, they are still going to be favored no matter which opponent ends up coming out the other side of that bracket for that final elimination game.
Yeah, I would say so, just based on the performance we are seeing right now. I mean, when you look at the support line as well, how well they played, and they haven't really had to show any flexibility or swap any heroes because they just dominated the entire time. The big difference was they started with Pharah, and then Whoaryu ended up being on the Tracer. He did great on both.
Yep.
And it's hard to even pick player of the match because every single role
Wow.
made such a huge impact.
Speaking about player of the match, let's go ahead and figure out who got it. And like you said, it's a bit of a difficult quandary, I think, to determine which player kind of had the most impact, because they all did. I mean, you've been singing the praises of Ray Momo. Junko has been very timely with his rallies, just really intercepting the Genji on those backline dives. But in the end, I think we were both in agreement, as we'll take a look. It is FaZe who is going to be coming out on top. His diva was just completely unhindered. He was the one who basically guaranteed the 3-0 on Suravasa with that insane self-destruct.
Yeah.
And he's just Johnny on the spot. He just knows when he can force up into the front lines, break people down, and then knows when he has to retreat, come back, and protect his supports.
Yeah, he was my vote. He was your vote. I remember when FaZe first came on the scene in 2018, he was pretty different from the other divas at the time, like Choi Se-bin. You know, you had obviously players like Janu as well, but he was a very aggressive diva player. Wasn't really the supportive type as this double bomb where they saved that third point was pretty amazing as well. And with Diva's buffs, as we move to a solo tank environment in Overwatch 2, he really gains a lot from that and gets to really go unhinged and be the incredible dive player he was in this series.
Yeah. Not going to lie, I think that after the bot steal away from me, I maybe would have considered flipping back over to Who Are You, who was my original vote. But either way you cut it, there was not really a bad selection.
Yeah, Ray Momo was my other consideration because he had some fantastic bio nades. His nano boost timings as well were really, really good. And everybody loves him.
Everybody loves him. Either way, that does it for our first series. But coming up next, of course, the action does not stop. We're going to have Yusha going up against Cat. This is one that if you haven't seen Cat play before, you should definitely stay tuned because they are crazy. Magician is insane, and I cannot wait to get into that action, but I'm going to have to wait a little bit longer because we're going to have a break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back. It's time to go into our second set of the evening. We just witnessed Fullhouse just utterly dominating in their opening set versus Teenage Rising. They're going to be going up against the winner of this next series. We've got USIA versus Cat to see who is going to be sticking around in the tournament, because we have 3 teams being sent home after today.
Yeah, whether it's going to be USIA or Cat is what we're here to find out in the second series. And obviously, I'm not as familiar with these players as you are, and some of our mainstay Pacific casters who cast even more than you and I do, or what you do, because it's my first time, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I know some of these players have obviously heard the tales of Magician, the Ball. We've cast Proxies before. Proxies is very good. I'm a lot more familiar with Cat as a team than I am with USIA. And so I'm a little bit biased because they have a cool logo, and I think they're going to win, but we'll have to wait until we get on to our first few maps before I'll actually have a really good read on who's the big favorite here. But we did have a very one-sided first series, as you mentioned, between Fullhouse and Teenage Rising. Hopefully those guys can pick up the pieces, and we'll see some of these players, if not all of them, next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're here for the long haul. You know, we got to see them in Stage 1, Teenage Rising, and I think that they have that competitive drive, just some things to shore up, and also they were playing up against a fairly stacked roster of Fullhouse, with FaZe and Who Are You kind of being the really solid glue that holds everything together there. But yeah, USIA versus Cat. I'm excited to get into this one. USIA, they had a rough start to the tournament. They played against 99 Divine in their opening series. That was going to be a 0-3, kind of no matter what, just given the skill level there. And of course, they also have one of the best players on this roster as far as names are concerned, because they have Flicky Minaj.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of research today before coming here, and I saw Flicky Minaj, and I was hoping that we get to cast him. Maybe we will. He won't be starting, though. It's going to be Sunset, Jayco. In the support lineup, we have Bayadir and Petrichor. Yeah, I was like, how do we say this? Thank you for clarifying that to me. That one wasn't in the pronunciation guide. But I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to showcase today. I hope no matter what happens in this second series that it is a little bit more competitive than our first.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at their opponents on the opposite side, because you've got Cat with Karumi, maybe 7 Proxies, and then, of course, Magician right there in the center. This guy does work some magic when it comes down to his Wrecking Ball play. He's an absolute lunatic. Guy was turning around fights kind of single-handedly, similar to what we were seeing FaZe do on Suravasa. He was able to do that on his Wrecking Ball versus Teenage Rising in their opening set, and then the support line of Dash and Russ.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball is a hero, as you can see, is highlighted as his favorite here, that certainly can be incredibly powerful against lower coordinated teams, just because it's so difficult to lock him down. He's so mobile, his shields are oppressive. If you don't know which angle he's coming from, he can disrupt your entire team. Minefield, also difficult to clear or play around if your shot calling is a little bit shaky. It's very much a coordination check hero, and even if the enemy team is coordinated, can find a lot of value. As we are headed to Nepal.
And that is just about the highest roll you could get when you're a Wrecking Ball 1 trick. To get Nepal as the opening control map.
And, you know, I like so far that in Pacific we have other control maps than Samoa. We don't really have that in Japan at the moment, but Nepal coming through feels very nice for Wrecking Ball, and Magician is probably super hyped when he saw the admin selection come through on that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is where he was working his magic. This is where I was kind of falling in love with his performance versus Teenage Rising in their opening series. So strap in, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't witnessed Magician yet, you're about to. As we go ahead and dive into a second set, USIA versus Cat, elimination on the line. As both teams going to be looking for that spot in the next series versus Fullhouse.
Taking a look at these comps here. A little bit of a Sigma show for now.
Surely not. Magician wouldn't do me like that.
They're both showing it, so maybe that's the read from them, but I would assume that we'll see a swap here. As it is strong, obviously, on this first point. Can empower the Ash, and in the case of USIA, the Sojourn, add some extra protection.
Magician, no! All right, well.
Sometimes you got to be a meta slave.
All right, well, we'll at least start here on the Sigma.
I mean, it's really good on Sanctum, so.
Different.
So is Wrecking Ball, but I mean, Sigma's better.
Yeah. Some very key differences, though, is Petrichor's going to be coming out here with Alicia Russ over on that Alari, but you also have a Symmetra stuck through from the side of Jayco.
A lot of
built up.
burst.
Immortality Field's going to be cleared out. Has to wait. And there you go. Magician going to be taken down as the kinetic grasp does end. So Yuzha just plus forwarding, getting in on top of all of these players as Russ is going to be sent down into the pit for a quick reset. And Yuzha will get the first cap.
There's a lot of burst damage in Yuzha's comp.
He's swapping the ball.
He's swapping the ball. And I think that's wise because they have control of this entry point with a Sigma, so you're going to be fighting a losing battle. This at least allows you to get through, and then you can set up some flanks to be annoying. But yeah, man, this Symmetra plus Sojourn dive is actually incredibly strong if you're not ready for it. And speaking of, it doesn't seem like they're ready for this. Well, they went too deep.
Yep, there you go. In too deep. And Magician's going to start doing that, working that magic. Cleans them all up. One fell swoop. Points being capped at the same time here. AB7 just made his way over, and there you have it. Team kill is found, and it's 26% as the flip comes through.
I just like to think the Magician pulls a cat out of the hat when he's on this team instead of a rabbit, and kind of pulled a rabbit out of his hat on that last fight as they just went way too deep, and he came around for the punish. Look at how much ult charge he built off of one fight, and he's once again on the flank.
I'm telling you, this guy, it's not even an insult to call him a one-trick because he is just a master of the Wrecking Ball. The slide away going to be forced out there as the attempt of the pile driver was made. Rail now going to be expiring.
Jaco, of course, swapping off the Symmetra onto the Tracer.
Okay, well, Ant Matrix going to be set up here on the opposite side. Magician is going to be sliding around. Says, okay, I can get behind this thing. Swoops in. Minefield now just 6% away from being built up. Goes up over the top. Pile driver knocking up too. Minefield going to be set up. The Immortality Field already going to be cleared out and making their way over to the point. Becomes damn near impossible. Flip is through, though. Yuja in control here for the moment, but now players starting to get picked apart. Petrichor with a whip shot able to take down Russ, but widely the fight victory going the way here of Cat. To pile in, trying to get rid of this pesky Wrecking Ball, and eventually will be able to do so as... Did he? Oh. Sorry, that was confusing, whatever that logo is. Bob now going to be invested as the Flux comes in, picks up AV7, drops him, or picks up Kurumi, drops him down to the floor. Petrichor at the same time going to be traded out, as Cat had gotten the counter flip here into their favor, so they are going to be taking up.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball coming back in here as a Magician gets a pick. Captive Sun's out. Pretty high value, and they will be able to get the control back of the point. But I think it was a weird, like, accretion absorbing Bob that came in the kill feed, but...
yeah, it was some weird just
that doesn't
game
make
sync
sense.
thing, so...
Yeah, it's all good, though. Swoop's going to swap over to Winston, and they do have a rally to give him some additional armor for this push. As Cat is going to wait for the Wrecking Ball flank. Spotted out. The Overclock.
Overclock is in, and there's the cleanup. Kurumi just not able to get away from that one. Turns his sights here into the back line where Magician applying some pressure, trying to pick off bad air, but unable to do so. So far, just a one casualty, but HP bar is low here on the side of Cat as they look for some stability. Sleep Dart connects. Magician going to be slept for the moment as Swoop sweeping around the backhand side here is trying to take out Dash and should just about be able to do so as Russ does fall, but so he doesn't want to over-pursue. Turns his sights instead over to AV7, finds that kill, and Yuzha are back in control.
You know, with Cat playing with this Wrecking Ball flank style, they can just push him away and then capitalize on the fact that there isn't any real protection or peel for the backline. The Overclock start to that fight to take out the Ashe was really fantastic as well from Sunset. And they're just going to play slow here, not overextend this Wrecking Ball minefield. The Magician's trying to find the angle to drop this, but they're very well split. Mana boost also ready here for Bayadir. He's going to drop it.
Yep, sends that through. A couple zaps across. Then dive into the back line, and Kurumi again going to be taken out on a rail there from Sunset. Jaco able to find Dash at the same time, so now just Russ alive here for the supports. Magician will send Petrichor off the side of the map, but more work to be done as we get things tied up at 90 to 90, but Magician gets in on top of Sunset, finds that elimination. Sojourn now out of the fray. Swoop jumping over onto the point, builds up for that Primal Rage. Now has that here in the back pocket and will use it immediately. Magician's still trying to buy some time here. The Swoop goes on the hunt, seeking the Solari, trying to knock him away from that healing pylon, trying to get the juggle, but eventually has to give it up. Flip getting ready to come through. Petrichor diving forward alongside of Swoop is able to go ahead and confirm the kill on Russ as AV7 is desperately trying to stay alive. Cat back in control here of the point. Bob online sent Kurumi, sending that one out desperately here to try to keep things in contention for themselves, but the Bob is not actually on the point itself, and Magician is down low and dead. They're able to go ahead and find that kill. Yuzha now looking for the swap back here into their favor. So Kurumi has to play forward here onto the point. Will translocate away. Russ going to be taken down before the Captive Sun can come into play, and it looks like with the cleanup here, that is going to be 100 to 99 as Yuzha take the opening round here on Nepal.
I'm not going to throw any shade on Magician. My first time casting him, I know he's the Wrecking Ball guy, and his Wrecking Ball mechanics were pretty good. They were quite on display on that first map. However, you know, with the kind of fast and loose, a really aggressive flank playstyle he was having, it made it really difficult to get firm control over the point, and usually we're able to make some really great swaps. Swoo going back over the Winston means he constantly had backline access in moments like this where you do see the chase downs, right? And fantastic game from Sunset as well, who both had some really nice rail shots onto Kurumi, had the overclock to start off that last fight, and then swaps over the Sombra to really make Magician's life hard on that Wrecking Ball in these broken up fights to counter him. So I feel like while we did see a lack of flexibility here, and yes, a mastery of Wrecking Ball, some really good decision-making and swaps coming through for the side of Yuja win out the first point.
Well, some minor changes as Kurumi going to be off the Ashe over onto the Pharah. Magician sticking with the ball. Russ as well with the Alari. Decent opening damage, but 87 not in position to try to collect the kills there on the Bayadir.
Pharah uncontested at the moment. Sunset starts the Sombra.
Starting things off with that one, a Magician immediately going to be taken out. Nice ante into the follow-up, just everybody getting involved there to try to go ahead and get the elimination. So first lock of the point going the way of Yuja once again.
I think Cat need to really index into this Pharah super hard. Obviously, Alari Pharah is very strong, but not great on control when you don't have control of the point, and he just put him into more aggressive spots when this Wrecking Ball dive comes through. Otherwise, yeah, there's no answer for the Pharah, but he's not getting that much value anyways. As Magician, once again, the focus.
Eating quite a bit of damage here. Pops the shields, rotates around the back, grabs that Mega Pack. Dash at the same time, going to be hacked out, dead. Sunset able to get in on top of him, and seemingly the peel just not going to be available for him. And Kurumi similarly does suffer. So taking it out of the skies now, as it's going to be 30% built up for the side of Yuja already.
Love how Sunset's operating on this Mega, constantly threatening, goes low, just heals back up. And he is already, you know, 70% of that EMP online. And Cat really need this fight to be clean, but they don't have any tools now. The Captive Sun that have a nano to save Magician. They're losing these fights so one-sidedly so early.
I mean, look at Dash's ult percentage. Bayadir's already got the nano online, just built that one up. Dash only at 40%. Just hasn't really had the line of sight for the ability to really try to deal with the healing here on a Magician, but it's a solid sleep to start things off into the hinder, slow up Swoo. Tries to get himself here into the back line, but they're just both going to be taken down here. It would seem Primal now going to be pop built up. Shuts him down. Kurumi going to be taken down, but this is Swoo playing well off the point. So Cat at the same time are able to go ahead and grab control.
Looking for some safety here in a Bionade.
Move off the high ground, trying to go for the mid-air sleep, but Russ is able to take him out. Just loses life for that one. This Magician just swooping around the sides, trying to find a finishing shot there on the Jacob, but he's able to recall out the safety. Counter flip coming back in, only 24% built up here for Cat.
All set, they're ready for Jaco. Could be a massive pick for him if he can get it done at the beginning of this fight. EMP, otherwise something they have to play around. They do not have any defensive tools against this ultimate, so it can be just a game changer and potentially a map finisher here for Yuja.
Up onto the high ground, Swoo at risk. It's back down, Bionade locked in. To get that healing to go ahead and sustain. It's going to be up and over the top as the EMP comes through. It's only connecting, however, onto Kurumi. And he's able to go ahead and take down Sunset. Electric Cowboy now going to be played as Kurumi finds another. Swoo eliminated. Petrichor out into the open. Shield bashing to the side to try to stay safe with the roll forward. Chases around the corner. Kurumi finding another one as Bandit is going to be taken down. Captain Sun invested will go ahead and secure the kill here. Petrichor will fall. 4, I believe, in the fight for Kurumi. As the flip comes back in, 94% though for Yuja. Just need one fight victory to go ahead and claim the map.
You can see Sunset really just didn't have a whole lot of view of where he was. He just kind of Hail Married the EMP out and only hits Kurumi. And Nano's not the greatest answer to EMP unless it hits a single target, and that target then gets healed up and then has a damage boost to pop off. So that worked out incredibly well for Cat, and I think was really the big turning point of that flip. His Magician died and was staggered, but he's back here already with the minefield.
Nice roll into the shot to go ahead and get the confirmed kill on a Swoo. So now, tankless, it's going to be a forced reset here for Yuja.
Really performing on this Cassidy incredibly well.
Yeah. A bit more agency for him. And those hinders coming through on the flashbangs, very much allowing them to get this peel a little bit more easily.
Looking to wrap around here on the left side, avoid Magician's ability to disrupt. Winston in first.
87 trying to keep the point held. The drop down, Cowboy gone. Swoo able to find his target. Minefield got invested elsewhere as the sleep comes in. Swoo for now going to be put to bed. Built up here from Bayadir. As 87 will get taken out. Dash at risk, but Jaco dead as Vision swoops in from behind. But the hack comes across. Now he's going to be at risk. Boobs forward. It's looking for the elimination. Managing to take out Sunset. Heals now. Streaming across. As the pylon gets set up. Point going to be threatened here for the moment. As you can see Russ trying to jump back. Trying to use that shift to get away from this Winston. But Swoo is able to pursue deep enough. Finds that kill here with the assist off the nano. Keeps the Cowboy locked away. Magician down to a sliver. The flip back into their favor. USIA now at 97%. The touch has to come in. Pulse Bomb able to find one. The crash across. Magician extends this one. His Deadeye's going to be popped by Krumi in desperation, but AV7 gets cleaned up. The ante comes in. The Magician is absolutely screwed. Virus will go ahead and claim him. That looks like the overtime is just about going to tick down. Pulse Bomb will be able to survive for a little bit longer as the Nano was out onto Kurumi, but it's just going to be a bloody mess now. His dash is tucked away here alongside his cohort and Russ, trying to buy enough time as Magician gets the respawn. Nearly there with the flip back into their favor. The Bionade going to be dropped down. Gets the ante on the Jaco, who will eventually fall. The dash is going to be the cost. Flop now over onto the Soldier 76. Bash into the corner. Petrichor going to be taken down. Russ has also fallen, but AV7 on the return comes up with two. Now Magician back into the fray. Gets a knock-up Banter. Going to be taken down to a sliver of HP. Tucked back around the corner. Keeps himself safe for the moment. The chase now coming through. The Wrecking Ball looks for the kill. It's going to be the Helix Rockets, in fact, and find it. And Cat clear the point long enough for the OT to bleed down. And we are going to Shrine.
We're going to Shrine. What an insane last fight there in terms of delay. But Cat did have control of the point, and for a majority of that time, it was going to be pretty difficult for them to lose it. There were some really nice plays there in time by especially Petrichor on the Brigida, buying a ton of time, staying in the corner there to try to get the respawns to come through and contest, but numbers advantage was always going to be Cat's, and they eventually do kind of group up and take that away, but a very valiant attempt there from USIA. As I feel like Swoo's Primal also was pretty sloppy, had an opportunity to kill two players, but then chased a little bit deep and then got picked and actually didn't kill anybody at all, and that was kind of the beginning of the end. We'll see if they can have a better attempt here on Shrine, as it's once again going to be Sunset on this Tracer, or sorry, on this Sombra with the Tracer, so a very dive-heavy comp here to try to punish this Wrecking Ball. As Russ is going to move over off the Alari into the Kiriko.
Looking for the hack here, but consistently being interrupted is Sunset, so can't quite nail down Magician yet. As this is going to be, you know, the sub-map where that ball can very much come alive. Pile driver and knock-up going to be found. The Petrichor tucks back around the corner. And now just going to be Jaco taken down. His first lock of the point looks to go the way here of Cap. Magician will lose his life. Looks like Contest not going to come in off the rip, though, given that they're down to support, so USIA will just have to allow for this.
Yeah, very, very awkward fight here for USIA. Jaco going to swap over to the Echo here. And again, try to put some distance between himself and Magician while also threatening Kurumi in the sky, because they don't have great answer for this far outside of him. And those stickies are going to miss, so that will continue for a little while.
Just a tiny bit of damage found there. Magician just keeping things occupied on the point, keeping that contested. Jump into the back from Swoo. Going to put some pressure once again here onto the support line where possible. He needs a little bit of damage, but now with the ante, he's got to roll back. Has to play this out safely. Drops down. We'll go ahead and grab that Mega Pack, but Swoo and Sunset going to be taken out at the same time as AB7 just seeking a new target as they spot out the Echo. And that's the thing that you got to be worried about, is going to be Magician up into the sky, because this guy loves to play right up into your face when you're on that Echo, on that Pharah.
Yeah, now they have a pretty nice set of ultimates here, actually, to deny the approach of USIA. I think Biodir is going to have to nano Swoo and hope that he can build up that Primal during the nano. That's their best bet here, and takes a bunch of damage. Won't necessarily be able to get that line of sight. Now he's got it. And this, if this fails, this is likely just Cat taking the first map.
Yep, here comes the swoop in once again. Pile driver down, met with the ante, met with the sleep. Sunset explodes as the minefield finds him.
No
Magician
nano.
claims Biodir right before his death. He got the tag out to go ahead and confirm the kill, but that is just going to be a slaughter here as Petrichor says, yeah, I have to reset. This is final fight.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the final fight here. I mean, at least they still have the nano, but that was just great target selection there by Cat. And even though the minefield looked relatively low value and everything was put into Magician, it meant the Biodir wasn't actually able to set the Primal up for Swoo. They have one more chance at this. It's not over until it's over. If that sound barrier gets online, though, that is GG. They have a very small window.
Oh, pulse bomb into the back, and Petrichor is going to be taken down. That's a rally now. Taken out of their hands, and I believe the nano had actually gone across onto Petrichor as well. It was just too late to try to save his life. Now Biodir dead. Russ down to a sliver. E7 as well getting tagged up here as Swoo tries to cause some chaos. Jaco with the Duke Tracer will be able to find one. Pulse Bomb's going to be built up, but he needs to be a key target if he's going to be able to find one at all. The Sunset will just be barreled over here by Magician, just swooping inconsistently. Beaten out, dropped, 3 players receiving that shielding. Rally rolling as Petrichor makes his way back over onto the point. Krumi at the same time, just popping in these rockets, trying to find a target. Barrage, 46% away from having it built up. Points starting to get cleared out though. Magician right back in, keeping things contested, just knocking them around, trying to build up towards that next minefield. Pile driver goes in, but he's far too low. He will get picked off, and USIA will get an attempt here to get the flip into their favor.
Okay, barely keeping their chances of this first map alive. And that sound barrier being utilized, it was actually really late and very mistimed to actually win the fight with it. I think it almost looked like they just thought it was already donezo, but it certainly was not. And usually actually fight back in a big way here. As ults basically reset here, Cat find themselves for the first time in a really uncomfortable position. Sure, they do have an advantage here with this minefield. Don't know exactly where he placed.
Right
okay, on the point.
So minefield is out in play. And Jaco able to get on top of Kurumi coming in from above. Sunset at the same time, getting a diff on an AB7 with that pulse bomb. Magician will find the punish onto him, looks for a little bit more, but for now, it seems like a flip back into their favor is going to be a far cry away, so they will have to go for yet another reset as Russ desperately tries to TP out.
USIA have been looking absolutely the best when they just avoid Magician entirely and just punish everyone else when Magician goes for a pretty telegraphed play. They were trying to shut him down with the Ana very hard and trying to sleep him, purple him, hack him, but now that they've swapped this comp back, they're looking way, way better, and they could just avoid him and then threaten other targets. And let's see if they can do it again as the dupe's going to come out.
Dupe onto the Tracer once again. E7, pulse bomb is held. Jaco, in the meantime, with that dupe, trying to build up for one. Got so damn close, but eventually crash across. They managed to break him out of this one. 70% now set up though for USIA. Inspired will have this beat ready to go. Swoo. Just a few get moments away from having that primal available. Beat gets dropped. There's a shielding. The primal now online. They're all playing coast side. This could be dangerous. Russ going to be sent over the side. Should be able to claw his way back in, but Kurumi's going to be taken out. Not sure if that was a self-kill. Either way, this is devastating here for the side of Cat. The Swoo cleaves down both the supports. A final reset, a final fight into a rally. It's going to have to be what it takes as the recall is going to be burned and AB7 gets hounded down. Magician here, but he's here early. He's looking for the force out on that overtime. And now he's isolated. He can be picked off. The rush back through. Kitsune Rush going to be in play. Rally on the opposite side. Dash has the beat, drops it. Shielding up 4. Minefield now in play. The Petrichor desperately tries to keep everybody alive here. Those shields across to keep them all alive. Pulse bomb sent. Stick not going to be found. Goes right up to the side of him, and AB7 gives his life for that one. The Sunset into the back line, continuing to jump forward and try to get onto these supports, try to pick them apart. Russ will fall. Dash is trying to stay alive. Wall riding to keep himself in this mix, but Jaco eventually with a beam will be able to find him. Kurumi on the return, swaps over onto that Echo. Does manage to find one, but he's going to be taken out of the skies just as quickly as he arrives, and now it's really on Magician to try to keep this one going. Russ can TP it back over here with a swift step to try to keep it going, but eventually, as he gets off the point, forced away by the low HP bar, the overtime will absolutely plummet, and USIA, in the end, will take Nepal.
Well, you know, I don't know who I'm voting for player of the match yet because we're the first game in of a very incredibly close 3-round control map, but I know who I would vote for caster of the match. It's this man right here who had to play-by-play some of the longest team fights I've ever seen in Overwatch back-to-back.
Myself because it's so chaotic.
I mean, it's just constantly, like, it looks like one team has control. No, sound barrier barely comes online. They buy time. Minefield goes out. Tracer pick comes through. Swaps are coming through. We're delaying. We're staggering. Last series, we had such a big mechanical hands diff, it felt like, between the two teams, so it just wasn't competitive. This time we have a big strategy difference between these two teams and the Wrecking Ball coming through, and then how do we deal with the Wrecking Ball? Do we deal with it directly, or do we just circumvent it and actually get into the backline? And when we saw those backline attempts on Sanctum and then that final map of Shrine, that's when USIA looked the best, and it was still close. It was still scrappy. It was not clean by any means. But I think that extra flexibility gives me hope for them to take this series. It's still early, and it could 100% change around, especially if they start going to more Wrecking Ball favored maps because they have map selection here. They already got Nepal. It didn't work out, but they made it look damn close. I do feel like that extra flexibility we're not seeing on the side of Cat, so I am hoping that we'll see some more stuff. And they played the Sigma a little bit. It doesn't have to be that you don't run Wrecking Ball. Yeah. But, like, the fact that the enemy team is going, okay, he's doing this, we're seeing his patterns, we're seeing his movements, means that they might just eventually download our favorite Wrecking Ball Pacific one trick, but it's anyone's series to take, man. I'm like watching you, I'm just looking at you play-by-play this extremely long team fight that you throw it back to me, and I'm like, yeah, that was crazy. Like, which part should I explain? Because it was there's a lot to say, but also at the same time, kind of nothing to say in the moments where I go, okay, this was the old economy. This was where they had this extra edge. It was just all mechanics all the time. Messy, messy, messy.
Well, some craziness in the first map, and we can only hope that is going to continue as we take a look at our map set and see where exactly Cat are going to be going, as it's going to be hybrid, and it's going to be King's Row.
Very strong map for Wrecking Ball. in terms of hybrid maps because it's a very... while it is very tight and there's not a lot of space for Wrecking Ball, it also means there's a lot of great pile driver angles, and if you can use your grapple to play corners, there's a lot of stuff you could do with the Wrecking Ball. Very tricky, though, on the attack of A, because the enemy team has windows they can operate in that's very difficult to grapple into and punish. And then they also have high ground advantage over you, so if you try to pile drive a target on the low ground, everybody focuses you down. So I do worry about what the attack is going to look like here for the side of Cat, but on defense, it is going to be great. And of course, past A, if they can cap A and then go into the streets phase, it could be quite strong there as well.
Alrighty, well, King's Row, map pick here from Cat. Let's see if Magician's got something else up his sleeve or if it's going to be Wrecking Ball the whole way through, which I'm trying to remember back if he did play anything different in their opening series. Genuinely can't remember because all I remember was being impressed by his Wrecking Ball play. But we will get ready to see. As for now, looks like he's going to be running the Wrecking Ball here on that defense to start.
He is defense first, so Wrecking Ball makes sense. A lot more powerful on the defense than it is on the attack. But it's also risky, because if USIA just scout this instantly, then go back to their Sombra comp, run the Ana, try to hack, sleep, purple him, and take him out first, they have spawn advantage, and they will be able to scout very quickly. Sunset's going to go for a pop-off. And once they know about this, I expect the composition will change, and they can try to counter it. It's just going to be Ashe Tracer, though, for now. They do keep the Ana.
I mean, longer sight lines having the Ashe here, even with the Wrecking Ball on the opposite side. Seems like it's going to be too high value to not go for. Meantime, Smooth trying to take some of this high ground approach. Does fall dangerously low as Magician continues to harass, but Sunset going to be taken down as Grooming able to get the better of them there with that headshot. Opening kill goes the way of Cat.
Jaco trying to capitalize on the purple.
And he's able to do so. Grooming going to be taken down, but now he himself going to be purpled out. Doesn't have a recall available. Try to stay alive, but Magician also not going to be able to capitalize. Just wants to swing around the back here and try to get the harass in onto Sunset, and he will die. He'll not going to be fast enough, and that is what Magician likes to do.
He gets away.
Gets his kill, gets the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, that was really clean from Magician. Identifies where the Ashe is, comes in for the punish, but they still need point control. He does not have it. Getting healed up at the moment.
Russ able to find the shot there to take down Petrichor. AV7 will get caught up in the fray, though. Ends up falling. Pulse bomb, though, as Jaco finds two. Magician and Dash both going to be taken out. As Swoop diving into the back will get punished, but that opens up the point now for the cap. Now Magician contesting this proved to be increasingly difficult. Bunch of players stacked up, and there you go. 5 minutes, 10 seconds. It was looking like it was going to be decent here for Cat, but that one final kill on a Magician ends up costing them the hold.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Magician plays this Streets phase, because the Archway is by far, I feel like, the strongest point for Wrecking Ball. He's got a ton of shields and armor here now to play through, can trade very aggressively, nano boost as well at the ready. So this is where they really need to make their stand, because it's a pretty massive time bank here for USIA. They end up losing this Archway early, does not bode well. Bob also now at the ready as Nano goes on to Magician. He's got the minefield operating in this choke.
Has it at the ready, but for now we'll just be trying to play with that Nano, but 2 kills going to be traded out as Gurmy and Dash both get taken down, and for now we'll just be backpedaling here on the side of Cat, having to surrender that Archway control for the moment.
And after committing so much too, and now Sunset's over onto the Sombra, so if you do commit in without Nano for that minefield, you might just get punished if you're not able to set up for the interrupt on the hack while you're in minefield animation or pile driver animation. That's where you're going to be at most vulnerable. And this card is just rolling. Like, they cannot crack it. Here's the minefield.
Minefield invested by on a degree. Ultimately, Magician not under too much fire here as the support line falling dangerously low. Bandit just trying to kite back. Does get the sleep dart across. Can they get the punish here? Can they get the elimination? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Bandit able to find that one. All right, as Magician tries to slink his way out. Sunset will fall. 1 for 1. Now Dupe going to be in play as AV7 goes for the copy here onto the Tracer. Going to try to build up. Quickly going to be greeted by a shield bash, so stunned up. Still going to be dashing around trying to get that pulse bomb online, but eventually will just be met with another stun into death this time.
Yeah, Jaco cleaning up house here, and Swoo now under very little pressure. Does have to primal, actually, going very deep, but it will catch Magician.
Yeah, he's just knocking him back, smacking around, and the Magician will end up falling. Jumps back the cart, continuing to glide forward here.
Yeah, this is looking like it might just end up being a wash here for Cat if they cannot get that nano boost very, very quickly. And, I mean, already nano here for Bayadir. And Swoo, yeah, used the primal, but he's going to have some survivability with this. There it goes.
Yep. Nano into the back, Rally rolling from dash, trying to stay alive. Swoop, go ahead, jumps back out towards safety. Snapping away, forcing AB7 back out of the fight, but now Swoo at risk, will end up falling. Magician able to go ahead and collect that kill. Petrichor going to be taken down as well. 0.23 meters is how close this card is at the moment. You can see how many players from Cat are just staying glued to this thing, not wanting any kind of back tap, any kind of C9 to happen, but now Magician's going to be taken down.
Why?
Diving in a little bit too deep.
Yeah, way too deep. They had control. They didn't need to do that. They still have control of the cart for the moment, but that's a huge peel and aggressive option now gone. This is going to allow for Sunset to try to get in here and set up an EMP. His last wasn't the greatest for this one. We'll find 3.
Just managed to find a Karumi receiving that nano, trying to stay alive. Magician again going to be antied up. It's going to be dash taken down to Swoop. Finds that kill. Quick translocate away. 2.85 meters to go for the cart. Staying contested here for now. As Coach Gunn looks to try to push back Swoop, but he saved his jump. Is able to get on top of Karumi, so he ends up falling, as does Russ. Another nice bio nade there. Will confirm a kill on the AV7. His Biodeer looking to continue to set up his team for success, and USIA are now on the home stretch. USIA
are just prepared for Cat's comp. Like, they're so well prepared for this Wrecking Ball. Obviously, you know, flexing on the fly on Nepal, but here on King's Row, they just kind of came out of the gates once they saw the Wrecking Ball with this and are smashing Magician, punishing him super hard for his aggressive tendencies. Excuse me. And, I mean, you're running out of options here as Cat without the Nano Boost now. I mean, sure, you could set up a minefield, but that's only temporary. Class is permanent, you know.
4 ultimates about to be online here for USIA as that rally from Petrichor just 9% away. Cat, just a pulse, just a minefield for now. There's some things that go boom, but nothing else to really layer in with it. Magician goes into the back line, trying to threaten, does force out a rally. As the hack comes across, but Sunset going to be knocked into one of the mines, ends up getting taken down. So decent peel there as Primal's going to be popped here. Swoop nearly gets eliminated. Trying to find some kind of target. The focus fire, however, coming through. They're just melting through this HP bar. Kill's finally going to be offered up as Biodeer just tries to keep him alive and will be able to do so here for the moment. But for now, the cart going to be resting just in front of this final corner.
Yeah, that was, I think, a bit of an overzealous Primal there from Swoo. Should have just realized the fight was lost, try to reset, but opportunity for Jaco now with this pulse.
Lobs it in, though. Cannot find that stick. Just a little bit too far away was Karumi. He's Magician now in a bad spot, trying to stay alive. Nano is at the ready. Looks like he will just be able to tuck back, though. But supports already have their ultimates, so this isn't going to be fueling anything.
Karumi here in zone so hard with his Casty on the corner for the next aggressive push, and even deny Sunset from grabbing that last bit of EMP charge he needs so desperately.
I mean, just gets the grapple, pulls himself up into the window, swooping around, looking to knock him off this high ground.
I am very impressed with the mechanics.
They are very on point. As AB7, though, going to be taking down Sunset, able to find a couple straight headshots now. The EMP at the ready, jumps forward, sends it. Not sure if it actually connected onto Karumi. Either way, he will be the one to fall. Nano going to be used here on the dash as Russ under fire, down low, tries to stay alive. Rally still going to be held here in the back pocket as the cart continues to inch forward, and Swoo does not get punished, crucially. Is down to his sliver, but now he's got the Nano. He's jumping right back in on top of this enemy brig. Shield Smash tries to slow him up. The Deadeye going to be popped. Magician at the same time, just keeping things contested as Deadeye rounds the corner, but ultimately will just be met with that break shield. The leap back in, the sleep connecting. Swoop with the bed here for the moment, but Bionade comes in. Magician's going to be taken down. Swoop builds up that next Primal, and that is going to be the cart working its way into the end of the map. Considering how things started, 5-10 after the cap on point A, it's decent time buying for the side of Cap, but they cannot set themselves up with any win conditions.
No, not just yet. And this is when you have to attack with Wrecking Ball, if you're in fact going to be running it on A, which is what I'm most concerned about for the side of Cat. Because when you watch how systematically they're shutting this Wrecking Ball down in all of these situations, it's kind of insane. Like, he's going so deep, and sometimes he's going, I mean, the mechanics are impressive. I'm like, damn, he got all the way in the back line, hit a massive pile driver, and then barely escaped. But sometimes I'm like, but don't go in. Like, you have control. Wait for them to come to you. You know, he's making some big plays, but he's over-aggressive at times. I feel like the tank player I've been most impressed by in this server right now is Swoo. He's constantly finding backline access. He and Biodeer are extremely linked in terms of how they're playing together. The heals are getting pumped in. That last fight where he went down to, like, sub 50 health, as he's really pushing the envelope, knowing Biodeer is 2% away from the Nano. Biodeer's Nano comes out. The synergy between them has been so fantastic. And it's a meta pick right now. And, you know, as much as Magician is a master of Wrecking Ball and probably would outclass Swoo on Wrecking Ball if you locked it in, Winston's what's meta right now. And USIA on the defense here, not going to be necessarily predicting this Wrecking Ball, not going to be starting a Sombra defense, just going to be playing the meta Winston Tracer Ash comp. I think that is enough to deal with this Wrecking Ball, because again, Magician is going to struggle to actually get on top of these backline heroes because they're up on the high ground.
Well, double ante to start things off.
Won't matter too much, but it's a little bit of nano charge. The Magician, let's see how he wants to play this, because again, target selection is so tricky.
The ante here on the Swoo, but for now staying tucked right alongside the statue here. A little bit of damage, another ante coming across. Winston at risk, but it's like Widely has been able to escape, just jumping back out over towards the archway. Dynamite to dash his feet, and he's going to get jumped on down to a sliver off screen. And ultimately, the kill cannot be found.
Swoo has been the main target here for Cat, but is getting a lot of heals until now. And that might be enough to get the cap, because that's your backbone is Yuzha.
Yeah, you don't really have anybody else that can really play the point aside from Jaco, who is now dead to the Dynamite. So ultimately, without a rally as Petrichor, I mean, he hasn't really had to do anything because Biodir's just been slurping up all of the heals. He's only at 20%, so you don't really have any staying power, so it's going to be just as fast, if not slightly faster, of a cap here for the side of Cat.
Yeah, and I feel like this was arguably the hardest part of King's Row for the Wrecking Ball, and he played it really well. Is going to overextend again here, but we'll just let it go. We'll pretend that never happened, as it did buy enough space for Kurumi to actually get line of sight here on high ground, take Sunset out.
He does get forced away as Swoop jumps up into the window. The Nano now available. Pulse from Jaco.
See how long they can hold this archway. This Wrecking Ball again forced to go around. This adds some disruption here. Nano Boost is at the ready for Biodir. Could lead into a Primal. They definitely want to play around this arch. Sunset heading back.
Russ is catching up. 16% the difference here as Pulse Bomb Stick comes in. Magician trying to slide his way out. Does manage to escape with his life intact, but AB7 is going to be taken down to Sunset. I'm not quite sure where AB7 was playing either way. It was far too forward. He gets taken down. Double ante, however, is massive. As Biodir worried about dying potentially, sends out the Nano. Puts that over on the Jacob. So he can do any additional damage, but now Biodir is going to be held at bay. Bionade does force them back. The cart now starting to break through the choke.
A dupe can be committed here if they feel like they need it. I don't think they do, though. They ended up really controlling that fight out of a big mistake there from Yuzha.
Just into the back lines here. Will be the dupe, just kind of in desperation, not wanting to get death cycled, so looks for a bit of those iframes as Ante coming across. Primal's going to be committed here by Swoop. This could be a big overstep. Needs to try to find some value off the back of this one, but Widely seems like he's just going to be exiting.
Well, it was not the greatest time bank we've ever seen from Cat after they had a great start on the A attack, but it is looking, from Yuzha here, but it is looking like Cat is ready to absolutely surpass with the momentum they have now. Yuzha just kind of losing their cool a little bit here and making some really big mistakes as Magician's going to drop the minefield here, split between high and low ground.
Just trying to knock Swoo down, get him out of that bubble. They force him low, they force him out. Bob at the ready from Kurumi as well. See yet another anti-connecting onto Petrichor, who's finally building up towards that rally, but still lagging a bit further behind. Kurumi going to be jumped on the Bob now, going to be invested. Rally pop and dash, anti out onto Russ, but he's getting this added healing here from the rally at the same time as the Bob going to go in. A little bit shallow, just right up here into the front, ready to try to keep this thing contested as much as humanly possible, but ultimately that Bob can just be cleared out. And well, as AB7 was able to find it, Sunset dead, a rally rolling from Petrichor, just trying to keep Biodir alive so they can get that next Nano. 5% left to go. Sunset's now going to be swapping back over onto the Sombra, realizing the Magician has still been a thorn in their side. Gets the jump in, the Sleep Dart going to be going wide. Biodir just not quite able to land. This Magician's just pummeling him with fists over and over again, and eventually confirms the kill. That should be the cap as Swoo does fall. This is going to be a big time bank now. 4:10 remaining for the side of Cat.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. They have 3 minutes to match the time bank. 3:10 really of Yuzha. And this is what I was talking about with Wrecking Ball. Once you get into the streets phase, if you end up getting momentum and you have that agency, you could just do so much. And with the mechanics Magician has, this is a great map choice for him. And this time he just hasn't been as punished. As Sunset tried to play the Sombra, and he's like, I'm not building my EMP fast enough. I keep getting interrupted on my hacks. I'm just going to go back to the Tracer. Once again, this perfectly placed minefield, low ground and high ground. And there's a sleep and a nade, but he gets away.
He does. Swoo now trying to leap out towards safety. 7% from the Primal. The Bionade, or the Stickies rather, I should say, massive on the Petrichor, but not going to be found quite just yet. Swing around the back is Kurumi getting jumped on. Primal's now going to be popped. Swoo is looking to go ahead and juggle this Ash away. He's trying to find a target, trying to isolate here for the rest of the team, but AB7 at the same time is able to find Jaco, takes him down. Duke now in. Tracer in play. Nanoed up pile driver goes for the hit. The ante on the back end is absolutely gorgeous as Russ sets Magician up for success. And that right there is the prestige. AB7 cleaning them up now as the card continues on this final stretch with still 3 minutes to spare. Swap in desperation. Swoo moving over onto the Junker Queen. Bayard now for the Kiriko.
Yeah, there's just high ground control here for Karumi. No one to deal with him. Magician can just keep spinning on this point while the Ashe is shooting fish in a barrel.
It's going to be inches at a time, but every time he bashes somebody away, it's more distance gained. Rally now, rolling Sunset, Jaco dead. No DPS line to speak of. Dynamite connects. Petrichor, Rally going to be taken out early as Magician just continues to just wreak havoc, just crashing across them. Bob now gets the knock up. Swoo is going to be anti the pile driver into oblivion, as Bob will find 2 on the back end to confirm a team kill, and it's going to be 2 minutes and 30 seconds compared to 1 minute, as Cat also make it to the end of King's Row.
Now, there's a lot of different things that USIA can do on this defense here in overtime to burn down that time bank. And if they want to run the same composition, that's fine. And I think it would be unwise to go for their own version of like Sombra denial like they've been doing, where they go Sombra, try to just sleep purple, kill Magician like they attempted there. Because the guy's Wrecking Ball is just so good mechanically. And yes, like you can pull that off and you can expect he's going to run it. And I guarantee you if he sees that comp, he's not just going to go, oh, it's Sombra and I'm going to swap. He's still going to play it, but it's just so risky to play that style into this Wrecking Ball and kind of all in on it. Something a little bit more measured, I think, would be wise. But first, of course, they have to attack since they're the team that has the lower time bank. So it's going to be 1 minute to the 2:30, so 2.5 times the time bank here for Cat. Doing something, we've seen a lot of different pushes on King's Row when you only have the overtime 1 minute, where you go for an ult push. Maybe this is going to be their version of that. We see it with Genji a lot, where you just try to build a blade, then you win that fight, then you're like, okay, I have to get the full hold now. We got the push, like it's a little bit of one. Maybe the Blizzard combo is what they're looking for here. Very strong into the Wrecking Ball. This feels pretty measured of a composition to be running here. Let's see how this pans out, as they also do have this Batiste to keep Jaco alive and allow him to continue to disrupt this Wrecking Ball.
I mean,
but they're massively outranged by the Ashe. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah, this is a full-blown...
Oh, does it die the TP?
Oh,
no way!
And it's going to be an anti on a 3. Kills to try to be collected here as the Immortality Field does get cleaned up, and Sunset will be the first one to fall. It's already going to be in a monstrous amount of time. Bot here is into the ice block. Jaco goes, but he's got nowhere else to try to evacuate to. Whip shot, guarantee he can't join back in with the rest of the team. And now everybody's just piled into the side room. Magician leading the charge. Looking to stomp him out. Sunset immediately swapping now over onto the Sombra. Jaco back to the Tracer. I overall like the composition, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for them. And now it's just 18 seconds remaining.
The TP deny was just so well timed, and they're completely split as a result. And Sunset, good luck with that Mega Pack. I don't know how many uses you're going to get in the next 10 seconds.
He's dead.
Down he goes.
Magician just finds him. Sunset immediately having to translocate away, which means that he doesn't have the cooldown. They're trying to go for the touch, so leap forward. Swoo isolating himself, looking for Dash, trying to take him down, but the rally's already been built up just from that one opening fight alone. The anti across Swoo at risk. The snipe and Russ finds the kill. Banter, Petrichor rather, going to be taken down as one after the other just piling in onto the point. Met with nothing other than death, success not to be found. They have been held here, and it's 2.5 minutes to get a singular tick for Cat.
Cat in prime position to tie this one up right now. And obviously they have attacker's advantage, so they can scout, use this composition, swap things up. I think, I've been casting, I took a little break from casting Overwatch, as you guys know, but I've been casting all year long. This is my first time casting, I feel like, overtime on Hybrid this entire year, so I'm kind of hyped for it. Unfortunately, it ended up being a pretty lopsided attack there, or defense, whatever way you want to put it, with the teleport interrupt. And in the old days of Overwatch, you used to build ult charge a lot faster than you actually currently do. So like going for a Blizzard push like that, you would just basically be able to hit like a few right clicks, Blizzard, and then left click a little bit. If you get a second ice block, boom, you have Blizzard. You're not going to have that in this situation. If you get denied from even joining your team on the point and you're completely split, you get crushed there. Try to swap, you got no ults. Like, it's so much more unforgiving, the 1 minute time bank for overtime, than it used to be. And Cat just outclassed them there. Magician, I've been criticizing him a lot for his inflexibility, some of his overextensions, but when he hits hard. And all it's going to take is just one pick off of this Wrecking Ball attack to crush them. USIA are going to do what I was saying, like, I'm not 100% sure if I want them to do on defense and run that anti-Wrecking Ball comp with the Sombra right out the doors. But this is really flimsy, and they're not going to have any range here in this comp at all. And this allows for picks like the Echo to absolutely pop off. Kurumi also is going to go, okay, nobody can deal with me. Cat see the comp, swap, adjust accordingly.
All right, well, already Magician rushing forward. Ante on the 2, Russ and AB7 both going to get clipped by that one, but now Swoo going to be isolated into the corner, and Magician just absolutely destroys him. Chasing around the back here is Russ, just pocketing Magician. He knows the mission, he knows the win condition. And now, another Ante on the Kurumi, but pressure not going to be found. A touch of the point, the sleep dart going wide. Ante does connect there as Jaco will fall. Petrichor now likely to be taken out. Looks like he will be able to tuck back, but the point is theirs. No one else able to contest. Swoot dying costs them everything on that defense, and Cat will tie us up at 1-1.
All right, we got a series on our hands. So casters are legally obligated by the Casters Guild to say.
Very true.
When we have one-sided series primarily, and then a series ends up going the distance. At least this one's going to 4 minimum. And yeah, King's Row is a great map choice for this Wrecking Ball. Can be very difficult to pilot again on A, especially on attack, but when you have that time bake advantage and all you need is a single tick, I mean, one mistake, and that's all it takes. Great bio grenades as well coming out from both Anas, I feel like during this entire series so far. That's often been the difference maker on whether or not you kill that tank or not, or kill that Brigitte or not, is whether or not that nade connects, and they just keep hitting.
That they do. Well, tied up 1-1. Cat not going down without a fight, but we're going to go ahead and take a cat nap real quick as we do have a break, and when we come back, we'll see which team is going to take the lead and get themselves up to match point. Alrighty, welcome back. We had some insanity in our first 2 maps, and it looks like we're going to have plenty more of that as we go deeper into this series. We are tied up 1-1 with Cat able to get their victory on their map pick of King's Row. Now we look over towards USIA to see where they want to take us.
Yeah, I would say any map that's very large and open is a good map to pick into this Wrecking Ball team that has a Wrecking Ball 1 trick on it, seemingly, because he's only playing Wrecking Ball, but he's a master of it, so... I'm so torn on Magician right now because on one hand, I'm like, you should be able to play Winston. Come on, like, it's so meta. You've got a really good Ana player. Just do it. You also have 2 good DPSs that can play Ashe and Tracer. So, like, I'm like, just play meta. You guys will look really good. You'll look really clean. But then he plays the Wrecking Ball, and when he doesn't get hard punished and purpled and slept and hacked and in one shot, then I'm like, well, I mean, they didn't catch him. Now he's unlocked. He kills everybody. So I do feel like, on one hand, I'm like, this isn't right. Like, this isn't actually correct, but he's making it work, so I want to trust.
It's wild what Magician can get away with sometimes. But let's go ahead and take a look at the map set and see where we are going to be going for this 3rd map. Well, either of these teams will be able to get themselves up to series points. It's going to be Colosseo, so we go into push to see which team is going to be taking the win.
This is a fantastic map to shut down Wrecking Ball because it has a ton of open sight lines. It's very difficult for the Wrecking Ball to isolate targets and very easy to hit him with long-range lockdown like a sleep or just chip away at him with range. Or you could even run Cassidy here on Colosseo and feel pretty good into the Wrecking Ball. And I'm starting to wonder if this series is just going to be like, okay, when it's the map pick of Cat, they crush because they get a Wrecking Ball map. When it's the map pick of USIA, they pick a map that's strong into Wrecking Ball and they win. Kind of situation here in this best of 5, but again, well, maybe they pull it off on Colosseo.
If that is gonna be the case, then Cat is gonna be at dire straits because last map, if we do continue to swing back and forth, would be in the hands of USIA. So let's go ahead though and get into Colosseo and see very much whether or not Magician's gonna be sticking with the Wrecking Ball, even though I think we all know the answer.
I think we all know the answer, and the answer is yes. And the hero portrait is indicating yes as well. Swu has been very good on the Winston. You know, I was singing his praises, and he made some pretty rash decisions. I think emotions are running high. Obviously, this is an elimination best of 5. So for USIA and for Swu, if they do end up getting just clowned around by this Wrecking Ball, you know, it's going to feel really frustrating. So we've seen some weird primals, some awkward stuff from Petrichor as well. But Magician will be starting this ball with the Ashe Tracer and continuing to run the Batiste here. Quite interesting, but can be very strong if you can save that Wrecking Ball when he is locked down. It's not going to be a Sombra start, obviously, for USIA, though. Even though they know it's Wrecking Ball, the sightline advantage you can get from this Ashe is just too much to pass up.
For now, it's a little bit of neutral fighting to start things off, as Dynamite will be exchanged on both sides.
I do remember when everyone was like, oh, this map's changed. It won't just be played like this every time. And then it was.
Well, hey, you know, at least they got rid of the glass.
True. It's a little bit more open, but basically played the same. And now we just have Briggs protecting the hit scans.
You know what? Now that they got rid of the glass, I think I liked it. Let's bring back the glass. We're going to hashtag reinstall the glass. No, but let's not do that. Anyway, so we're going to be falling low. As for now, I mean, this neutral fight very much is going to just come down to who can find an opening pick. Swu is going to be at risk. Jaco is well tagged up a bit, but Magician just playing statue side, looking for a big pile driver. Wrapping around into the back. Tucks down, and there's the kill, but his Bioneer is going to be taken out. Petrichor now is similarly under fire, trying to stay alive. Immortality kill does come out from Rust, going to be cleared out, and AB7 will get caught up in the crossfire, but Magician is able to find that second support. So now, Swu, no way to stay alive. Pulse bomb from Jaco, doesn't find a trade, and that'll just be the cleanup, and the bot starting to move forward here for this side of Cat as they just narrowly keep Dash alive.
Yeah, USIA ends up getting the opening kill, but they ended up losing so much health in the exchange that Magician's just like, yeah, I'm Wrecking Ball. I have shields, and I will help clean up. Just so frustrating to deal with, and trying to lock him down with a bunch of low health members. It's just not going to happen. And Magician does have his minefield coming online pretty soon. Again, open spaces here outside of that initial point, so tougher to play the Wrecking Ball, but he's just going to play point on this robot, and that's exactly what he should be doing. Looking for openings like this one.
Yep, just goes in, intercepts that backline dive, and Swu somehow gets away.
Bioneer pumping in those heals.
Yeah, it doesn't have that nano available now. Final not quite built up. Dynamite just going to be tagging him up a little bit, but now the Nano going to be invested. Solid whip shot there, as well as the Coach Gun to try to keep this Winston at bay for the moment, but he's going to continue to push forward. Instantly going to be shield bashing. Mortality Field going to be coming down here. Everybody protected, and Swoo just cannot really isolate anybody. Amp Matrix invested. They get the punish. The Primaling Winston going to be dealt with as the Bob just focus fired down.
This is such a unique Baptiste in this composition because they're just using it for dive defense as a
big deny.
Yeah.
It does get the mines out where the push will resume, but ultimately that is not what Magician was looking for. So good denial there from Petrichor, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was his whip shot. I don't think that was Sunset's Coach. Wouldn't have been that same distance as, bam! Immortality Field denying.
Yep. Maybe said I'm just trying to play this corner. Treated with Dynamite there for the moment. For now, it's going to be 39.97 meters set up.
Ooh, what a shot!
Man, what a nasty headshot. Takes out AV7 as Kurumi head sent out the Bob. We'll keep that bot contested here for the moment as it gets closer. So we'll be held at bay as they look to just try to take this one out, but Bob will just naturally make his own exit.
Yeah. It is a very contentious push here for USIA. There's not a ton of control right now. And they need to somehow knock Kurumi out of this high ground as Magician's just playing patient.
Oh, there's the stick, and that's going to be the kill. Petrichor taken down. Solid backline access there from the side of AV7, who's now looking to try to keep the rest of this team here a bit honest. So up into the air, going to be taken out as Russ finds that kill, but Sunset finds Dash, so it's a bloody back and forth as they look for a little bit more, but AV7 eventually able to collect. Jaco dead. Now the corral here onto these remaining players. Pile driver clips onto one, makes for easy pickings. And that is going to be the push once again, getting into position for Cat.
It's just every time you usually get these opening picks and it looks like they've won the team fight, it gets scrappy for a second. And then AV7 and Magician are just like, I carry this. I win this. Immortality Field's buying so much time. Russ has had a fantastic game so far. The bot now tripling the distance here of USIA. They have the Primal and Nano this time around, so it should be a lot easier as long as nobody gets picked by AV7. Again, he doesn't have the pulse to start this fight off, but USIA will need to win 2 to gain distance advantage. Magician should be fine here.
Getting bogged up a little bit, but ultimately will be okay.
Bob out.
Bob does go through from Sunset.
Relatively low value, though. Not really hitting anything.
Yeah, just a bit of a space creator here for them. Magician now looking to swoop through right as that rally gets popped from Petrichor to try to isolate him. Mortality Field keeps him alive for a little bit longer, and oh boy, Pulse Bomb finds an immense amount of damage, and Dash just cannot survive. I thought for a brief little moment they were going to be fine, but ultimately they do get taken out. Now the Amp Matrix is well denied away. That is a big shutdown off the back of the Pulse.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a massive amount of distance they need to go here, but they will need to actually win this next team fight to secure the lead. They used a bunch of tools in that fight, though, so it's pretty even in terms of ult economy with the exception of that Pulse Bomb and Minefield. AV7 not going to find a Pulse this time, and the Minefield will deny some time, some distance here, controlling the bot as they regroup.
Stealing away for a brief little moment. Jaco rotates over, grabs it here for the time being as Magician just up and over, seeking target, opts to go right back over to the bot. As this position held for now, and with that Minefield in play, USIA just can't really do much, but the mines will now expire as they rotate back over here into the hallway. Magician under some fire, pops the shield. Seal's now coming down here as Russ on the Alari tries to keep him completely alive.
Okay, Swoo taking a ton of damage. Will be healed up here. And, I mean, still have the advantage if you're Cat. You can just play this slow. You don't have to hard force. Although Russ is picked.
Russ going down, staying power limited now. All that pressure on Dash, and oh, Ruby goes for the re-peek, and Sunset takes his head off. Very solid kill to be found. Now Dash going to be taken out, so just cycling these supports one after the other, not allowing them for them to have both alive at the same time. Magician trying to stay elusive, trying to get out to safety, but ultimately just cannot do so. It does get picked off, meaning that there's going to be a very long run back here for the Ana. No speed boost obviously available. Trying to get him back in, but still the fight goes the way of USIA, so now the lead is theirs.
It's a disastrous situation for Cat now as well, with both support ultimates as well as the Primal coming online here for USIA. So they win the second fight in that neutral ult economy. Well, relatively neutral. They actually have a slight disadvantage, but now they have a massive lead, and they have distance advantage. And they can just play slow and play around high ground here. Sure, the bot's going back. Magician's going to kind of steal that away, but they can't actually get a distance advantage necessarily here, and now we see the commitment in.
Rumi dead. The call came in. Jaco able to swoop in from behind, finds that kill. So we're going to be put down on the floor, but there's no punish available. Still has that Nano. Now going to be expiring here in a brief little moment, but the Primal also at the ready.
Just playing so well around this Wrecking Ball. And every time he's low and has to retreat, then the rest of the backline is exposed.
I mean, they have to nano Russ. Oh, this is a catastrophe. Captive Sun does go out, gets a couple connections here, but they need the kills on the back end of this one as the bot makes his way over to the checkpoint, and Russ is going to be the one taken down. Does get 2 from beyond the grave as Petrichor and Sunset will both pop, but Dash similarly getting juggled around, getting taken down. Looking for a little bit more here is Swoo. Pushes Kurumi over to the side. Hemmingson swapped over onto the cast, but bot now will start working its way in the opposite direction, but forward spawns also are available for Yuzha for the time being.
Yeah, Swoo probably shouldn't have gone in on that one. He didn't have any armor. He wasn't at the armor threshold, so just taken out by AV7 and squad. Majority of the damage done by AV7 there to clean him up. And it was a really, really nice start to Yuzha's take there. As
any corner checkers?
Oh, it doesn't have a pulse, but he has a Cassidy.
Got 2 pistols. We'll put a decent amount of damage in there as Pile Driver into the minefield. Gets the knock up. Again, similar situation. Punish on a Magician. Not something that is easily found. This Swoop will take a plunge. Down to about half HP, but those continue to stream through. Bot nearly back into a pushable spot here for the side of Cat, who need to make up for this 22-meter deficit.
And it's a really low time bank here as well, so they need to be decisive.
Yeah, a minute and a half remaining. This pulse bomb out from Jaco. Still not going to be found. In here for in the meanwhile, just trying to find some extra healing, trying to get this Nano online.
Reset, I think.
Into the Bionade. Nano now in play, but Jaco dead for the moment. Nano's going to be sent through the recipient, jumping in, trying to get on top of Kurumi, taking him lower and lower, and eventually will be able to find that kill, even with the hinder. Just cannot get away from it. Petrichor down low, but he'll stream across. Now the dive back through. Magician going to be picked off. AB7 says the pulse bomb is able to find one, so the Brig is going to be gone, but that's about it. And now he himself is going to be at risk, and I mean, you see Dash, he is way too far forward. Cat's starting to fall apart.
I really didn't like the commitment of the Nano there, but Cat were so split, and they weren't able to punish, and Swoo ends up getting the kill, and then Magician is cut off as well. Now Jaco loses out the Tracer duel, but that alone is not enough. You have so much distance you need to push. You need to win a decisive fight here, and that means regrouping. Dash will have this Nano boost available. We'd like to save it if possible.
There's Primal, there's Bob, there's Rally on the opposite side. The odds are getting stacked against them, but yeah, I mean, the Captive Sun does open up some opportunities, potentially to find some explosive picks. This is going to be pretty much have to be done in overtime here if you're Cat to be able to get the victory.
There's just so many great ways to shut this down. Picking Magician would be a great start. He does not have his minefield. Nano coming out into Russ for the Captive Sun.
Bot again being stolen away. Russ on the peak, nearly taken down. He's just given everything that he's got to try to find Bioday, and he will be able to do so, but it's going to be a trade out. Bob now invested here from Sunset. Rushing his way over towards the hall. Deadeye pop from Kurumi, finds one. Swoo taken down before the Primal can come into play, but he knows the time is going to be on their side as well as this bot controls. Magician has to commit the minefield right here, right now, just to try to keep themselves in overtime, but he himself is down to a sliver of HP, and they're just not in a position to try to keep him alive. Dash just now respawning, just now coming back into this one is Kurumi, under fire. He's able to avoid that pulse bomb. As Jaco gets taken down, the minefield able to claim one, but there's still so much distance to be covered here if Cat want to be victorious. Another Pile Driver in, met with that anti-Magician, going to be bled out, zapped down. Swoo able to collect the Primal now in play. Russ eliminated, does get slept without their tank, without one of their healers. It's looking like this should be a done deal here in favor of Yuzha. Dash will fall, AB7 eliminated, and that is all of the overtime kit. Taken away from Cat as Yuzha will go ahead and regain the lead, now up 2-1 with match point.
Once again, map pick equals win, as we do see Yuzha just control this map incredibly well. And I think a lot of this third map that we just watched was about the split-ups that we ended up seeing, unfortunately, there for the side of Cat, because it's obviously going to be a little bit disjointed when you're trying to play a long-range hit scan, and your front line is a Wrecking Ball that's trying to create disruption. Has a lot of survivability if he can find contact with a lot of players to get that massive shield, gets that big pile drivers and disruption, but if he's not hitting anybody or if he's actually just trying to contest and peel for the point, finds himself a big target for pulse bombs. I really like the Batiste play that we saw, though, at the very beginning of the map, because that was actually working really, really well into Swoo's dive, because I think they had a pretty good read on how they wanted to play around the fact that the Wrecking Ball has to go deep, backline's exposed, Immortality Field can buy a bunch of space, and AV7 also pretty heroic performance on the Tracer, so even though it was a, I would say, pretty dominant win here for the side of Yuzha, I think Cat definitely had some good pieces there, and they made the Wrecking Ball, again, look relatively viable despite the map pick. So, and we have seen Wrecking Ball on this map before. Again, it's rare.
It's been a while.
Bellaboo, like, for example, I think has played in Korea, but I wonder where they're going to take us, because I think if you are comfortable playing Wrecking Ball on push, or sorry, on the other controller, Flashpoint, then you pick the escort map you want because you're going to Flashpoint no matter what. It's almost certainly going to be Suravasa.
Yeah.
If you have a specific Flashpoint map that you want to play, like if you wanted to play the other map that we don't talk about that isn't Suravasa, you could, but like I think you probably just pick the escort map you want, then you're like, cool, we're going to Suravasa. I already know that.
That's probably the safer bet, but I mean, I think it's fairly minute. But as far as Flashpoint's concerned, I think that, for the Wrecking Ball, New Junk City is where you would want to go, but it's almost certainly not going to be the case unless they elect to pick it right now, which, like you're talking about, when it comes down to escort, feels like that would be a very big risk. So I'm aligned with you. I think that going for escort here now, kind of knocking that one out, having the confidence to be able to close that, take it to Game 5, and then just kind of adapting to, Suravasa in all likelihood, it's probably the better play for them. But we'll see if they're going to lean into that because Cat, not necessarily a team that does exactly what you expected.
No, they don't. They really don't. I want to, before I say a wrong map name, I wanted to pull the pool open. So we have Circuit Royale, Dorado, Junkertown, and Shambali. Shambali feels like it's a double-edged sword because there are some really strong points for the Wrecking Ball there, but when you get to some of those choke points, especially when you're on the attack and you're trying to break into those windows, it gets very tricky to pull off. Then you have to do these long wraparound angles where you might get isolated. So Shambali is an option. I feel like 100% avoid Circuit Royale, 100% avoid Junkertown. Dorado or Shambali, both of those picks seem like the most likely to go to. And then for Flashpoint, like you said, New Junk City does feel pretty good for Wrecking Ball, but I don't feel like it's so much better than Suravasa that you'd want to lock that in and then give them Circuit Royale, for example, because that would be disastrous for your comp. So if you win this next map of Flashpoint, they get to pick the escort map, which has, I think, the biggest difference in terms of Wrecking Ball viability. So if you're thinking 2 maps ahead, don't pick Flashpoint is what I'm saying. So,
well,
considering the curse, the Wolf Curse, I'm guessing they probably pick Flashpoint.
Well, let's find out if that is going to be the case, and if they, if it is the escort, if they lean into that, if they pick something that we just don't anticipate, like a Circuit Royale as well. Let's go ahead and see. It's going to be escort, and it's going to be Shambali.
Okay, so no Wolf Curse. Whew. I was scared it was just going to be like Suravasa, and like nothing we said made any sense in their minds. And they're like, we're just going to do what we want. So they did something that made sense, and if you feel confident, you can absolutely control A especially, and then like C and the second part of B, like there are certainly some points where the Wrecking Ball can be quite strong. It's just on the attack where you're really going to struggle, especially because we can see May here. Remember last time we saw the May ended up being a overtime 1-minute time bank strategy to come through from USIA to try to shut down the ball. Got cut off, couldn't make it into the teleporter. This is going to be a completely different scenario where you actually get to see the May played in direct. Like, it's a really strong map for it and directly against the Wrecking Ball in real time. So let's see what they have planned.
Alrighty, well, Shambali, this could make or break Cat. Need to try to extend us into that Game 5 if they want to keep themselves alive and in the tournament and go on to face Fullhouse in the next series. And then there's going to be a pause.
A little pause coming through. Pause D.
Yep.
I couldn't see who was attacking first, but I did see a Wrecking Ball. I did not see a May, so maybe they're not going to be running it. I don't know. I saw a Bastion as well, so I'm guessing that means attack for Cat, because you wouldn't be trolling with a Bastion pick walking out of the gates if you're the defending team. Probably.
Depends on if you're taking your time walking out the gates, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it's a non-issue and we can get the action going. I mean, we've had a couple ones here so far today, and it's been pretty quick to rectify. So this one should be very much the same. I think.
What was the worst '90s sitcom that you can remember?
Oh boy, worst '90s sitcom. There was a lot.
Yeah, I'm like trying to think of which one was the worst. Which one really made me feel like, oh, turn this off now?
I'm sure there's a million of them that I just can't even recall. But I'd say one of the ones that I never really got into, and it's not that this was like a bad show, but probably like King of Queens.
Never saw it.
I remember not getting into King of Queens. Oddly enough, as a child, I enjoyed Seinfeld more than King of Queens, which had a lot more lowbrow comedy that was way more accessible.
Yeah, so 90s and obviously early 2000s, my parents watched a ton of Seinfeld and then watched Curb Your Enthusiasm afterwards, because Larry David, of course, creator of Seinfeld. If you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm but not Seinfeld, you would know that because he mentions it a lot, obviously.
Yep.
Because it's about him. But when I was very young, I was like, I just don't get it. Like, why do my parents like this? You know, I don't enjoy this at all.
Yeah.
I just want to like play my Game Boy and get away from here. But as an adult, I really enjoy both. I actually like Curb Your Enthusiasm more than I like Seinfeld, but I think they're both fantastic.
You know, you'll get this, I'm sure. Anybody else who's watched all of Curb Your Enthusiasm also would. I somewhat recently tried Borscht, and it was pretty good.
Was it good?
It was good.
I've never had it.
It was good. Was it Borscht that they eat? What? Oh no, it was goulash.
Goulash,
right?
yeah.
Sorry, it was goulash that I tried.
Well, I knew that's what you meant.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I did watch that episode like fairly recently, like within the last year or so.
Yeah, that was good goulash.
Yeah. We have the gameplay back.
We do.
So we'll have to save Larry David for the third series. As right now, whoever wins this will face off against Fullhouse in our final series to see who moves on to round 4, which will be that matchup against Bleed. So a very important one there. Bleed definitely favorites to go to the finals, but we're still here in round 2. And on the attack, that's the troll of the Bastion I was talking about. I mean, it might be real. It's actually not. It's actually viable, so it could be real, but that's what I was talking about. I was correct in identifying that as usually just going to run the Casty, try to burst down this ball. And we'll be good into this Echo as well, but Cat will probably swap if they think they're having trouble with it. And another nade from Bayadיר out the gates.
Yeah, just open it up, and we'll find AV7. Quick clip there, but we'll be a swap from Kurumi over onto the Ashe.
Yeah, Magician keeps the ball. Ashe, Echo, and Jaco already looking for a long flank.
Sticky's getting a little minor connection there. Jaco gets tagged down, but for now, oh, okay.
So Russ is the player in question.
I thought you're immediately going to start talking about Larry David.
No, I will if this goes for like another 45 seconds, but I just want to give everyone the update that Russ is the one who's experiencing network issues.
Right.
He was in pure solo queue position there. You guys saw it. You ever play Alaria in solo queue where you're like, I don't know, my team's not listening to me. You're like, I'm just going to sit in the corner, put a pylon above my head, and like try to get an ult, and maybe I can carry this game.
Just try to poke and prod.
Obviously, like even in pro, like that's a pretty good setup to have because you have that extra safety and you're going to build your ult really fast. And in pro, actually, Alaria is kind of an ult-based hero right now with some exceptions depending on the map and what setup you have. But anyway, who was your favorite Seinfeld character? Never mind.
Never mind.
Think on it.
You'll never know.
Think on it.
All right, I'll have to give it my considerations. It's George. But,
okay, it was the correct answer.
Yeah, but all right, let's see how this unfolds now. Jumps forward here from the side of USIA. Magician coming to the rescue, keeping Dash and Co. protected, but not so much for Russ, who does get caught. Ends up falling down, so Swoo able to find the first kill here on Shambali. HP bar is a little bit low, though. Magician able to find Jaco. Kurumi, however, going to be taken down, so it's a trade-up ultimately for the side of USIA. And Jaco, of course, going to be able to very quickly rejoin the fray.
Yeah, really broken up fight here for Cat, but they can regroup quickly. Still early days on this attack. Russ being picked early, losing your support line, pretty frustrating. You can see Magician a little bit disconnected from the squad, so that's going to be tough as he tries to rejoin. They could chase him down. And they're just going to widely ignore him. Okay, Jaco chases him alone, and then they still have control. They have Nano so fast.
Oh, yeah, sending that one out off the rip. I mean, they want as many advantages as they could possibly get. AV7's going to be taken down. Sunset's able to push forward, finds that kill. Ultimately, the Nano not going to do too much, but they're still held at bay, and it's nearly half the time bank drained away. As Dash going to be taking a quick little nap.
Yeah, it looks like he's not killed. Maybe just a left click from Bayadיר afterwards to wake him, as there was no way to catch him. Now that Magician is regrouped, let's see what he wants to do next. He is wrapping around again.
Really quite a bit of damage. I mean, he's just trying to put some pressure here on the Petrichor, but the HP bar is pretty much stagnant, just not finding any value there. Jump forward, Jaco still protected, Russ dead. And this is very slow going for the side of Cat. Not the start that you want to be seeing here, given that they have their tournament lives on the line with this map.
This Deadeye is so good into Wrecking Ball as well if he ends up getting purpled and focused down. Speaking of, could just lock him down instantly or force him away. Cart's rolling a little bit here, but the time bank has been depleted so much, and Russ dies again without using the Captive Sun. They're falling apart.
Alive. Yeah, the back line is suffering so much right now here for Cat. Dash similarly down low, just getting a little bit of shielding there from Magician as he tries to keep him alive. Swoo will over-pursue off the back of the Primal.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn on some of these follow-ups to winning the fight from Swoo and Bayadיר. as did end up costing him big there. Magician very low with that purple. Will be able to get the Mega and get out, but you just win the fight. You don't have to chase. You don't have to primal. You don't have to waste ults. But I mean, they're going to keep staggering, and that buys a little bit of extra time getting those stagger kills. And now they have the nano. So you know, it ends up being pretty decent for them anyways. Does Cat have 5 ultimates? This should be their fight to lose with every single tool in their comp available. Nano on the Magician and Minefields out.
Okay, yep, Nano going through. Jaco low. Captive Sun does get sent. Kill's not going to be found. Russ, in fact, is going to be taken down. Just the Pulse Bomb as well as Jaco. The value that's sought after here is 87. Taken low, taken out. Swu will be able to find it. That's pretty much everybody other than Magician dead as we hit the 24-second mark.
Yeah, and they had the war chest, but unfortunately just a little bit too split. Magician's Minefield getting nothing. Trying to duel with Swu now. And, I mean, that's not going to lead to an elimination. You got to get into the back line. You got to create some more disruption. He's playing the neutral and he's getting chunked out by Sunset.
Just tucked out here behind the cart dash. The anti now expiring. Kurumi trying to go for a bit of a flank, but he's going to be noted. The Bob goes in. Jaco being met by that one right into his face, but stops the Bob from getting out here into the open. So now it's going to be contained into the side rooms. The Deadeye clears them out, pushes them back. Shield raised, dash, Magician both able to stay protected from this. The ultimate is Swu going low. Will be able to survive. The Pulse Bomb stick will be denied there by the Immortality Field, but they force out the cooldown. Overtime nearly bled down. There's Magician going to be locked up here into the back lines. Antied, dead, dash gone by the Primal, and that's overtime bled out. A full hold here as Cat may just be making an exit here from the tournament.
Yeah, it is looking likely. And you hate to see it because it's their map pick. You know, I think it's probably the best map for Wrecking Ball in this pool, but they're getting dismantled. And I think they're getting nervous, a little bit sloppy with the plays, getting split off. We're not seeing big plays from AV7 like we have been on, frankly, all 3 of the other maps. And it's not just that they're catching Magician and picking him, but it's Russ who keeps dying, keeps getting caught by Jaco. Jaco and Bayadir, I feel like, have been, to me, the big front runners here for a potential player of the match pick, just because Jaco's had some fantastic pulses. He's punishing when Magician goes in or when Magician is caught and then has to run away. And Bayadir's been hitting nades all the time. There's on every bio nade cooldown, at least one person on the Cat hero portraits is purple, and just keeps getting the heal denies, keeps getting big sleeps, setting up Swu for success as well, allowing him to play super deep. And really, all it's going to take here is about a team fight and a half. We don't really do halves here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be about 2 that they need, but that's all they need to actually win this map. And one team fight with a stagger, and it's done. So Cat have to play so carefully here. I do like keeping Russ on this Batiste, especially because it's going to take some time to build Captive Sun, and that's going to be your big impact ultimate here if you're going to be running that Alari, but instead you get Immortality Field basically value right away, and he's been so good on this pick today. So I'm glad they decided to go for that, even though it is defense. As Magician is in the setup. Let's see what this first pile driver is going to look like.
Probably just waiting for a couple players to get corralled here into the alleyway, but no, it does drop down right in front of the cart instead. They really found there. Should pull up onto the high ground. Looking to try to contest. Keep this back line, keep that Ashe protected as much as possible. Jump up here from Swu. Anti out onto Kurumi. Tries to collect the kill, but just can't quite get the damage through. And is Sunset going to be the one?
I mean, they're just getting corralled away from the cart.
They're all just pushed so far away. This is already an immense amount of space given up with just 40 seconds.
It's a bloodless fight. Like, nobody dies, but it's a win for USIA. They have so much control.
The jump up, the contest is in. Kurumi having to jump back. As for now, Hinder out on a Magician. Drops down, looks to hold the cart here at the final corner.
It's out of armor.
Push forward, Swoop falling low, drops down, mini pack rather, is there to go ahead and protect it for the time being. This Cat need to play this to absolute perfection. The cart's still moving its way up. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. The Sunset goes low, but does not go down. Pulse Bomb out from Jaco, already built up, forces out the Immortality Field. It does expire. Swoop in the meantime does get taken down. The Dynamite able to go ahead and tick away at this Winston, so he ends up falling. So for now, it looks like a fight victory goes the way of Cat, so they can try to maintain some kind of chokehold here.
Yeah, very clutch defense here from Cat. Really good focus fire, target selection, whichever way you want to put it. Only been 2 deaths so far of this attack for USIA.
If they can't get by it here, this is going to be bad. Okay, everybody's already collected back up here. Magician is disconnected from the rest of the team.
Yeah, he is set up, though, for a potential minefield if he can get a pile driver. But they have 2 minutes they have to defend for.
Cart is inching forward once again. Karumi, the Bob, nearly online. Contest is in. 4 meters left to go. Pulse Bomb ends up going wide. Petrichor going to be safe. Nano across. Swoo being focused fire down. They take him low, but can't take him out. Anti, in the meantime, on a Magicians. Holds him back for the moment.
Swoo has Primal.
Rally rolling from Petrichor. Dash still holding. Ant Matrix now opened up. Trying to find a pick off the back of this one, but they're forced away from it. Karumi has to play up onto the high ground. He's got a little narrow margin to try to play around with, and eventually does help set up the kill here on the Sunset, but Russ is going to be eliminated. Jaco wreaking havoc here alongside this Winston, who now has the Primal rolling in the back lines. Jaco down to one shot. Karumi finds the headshot to pick him off. 2.28 meters now left to go. And Swoo just looks to continue to juggle these players. Magician at the same time, trying to keep this card occupied. Swoo looking for the exit, tucks back around the corner. Pile driver coming down, but not isolating, not picking anybody. Magician still at a sliver of HP. It's a little bit more from the health pack. Karumi pushing forward, does find Petrichor for now. 0.99 meters left to go. The cart will still be held.
Swoo should not have ulted there. They could have just backed off and reset. They got so many tools out of Cat. Said he just really thought he had enough damage. He absolutely did not. And now Cat really turning this one around. I mean, it's still not ideal for them, but they absolutely have a win con, and it's AV7's Pulse. If he can get a pick here, that may just be what brings us to 5.
I mean, they need some cart rollback right now. It's just going to get started here. It's playing up around the sides. Jaco on that flank. Pulse Bomb not available for him. AV7 needs to hit a target with this next one. Magician has to stay glued to this cart at all costs. Nano now invested. Deadeye as well to try to escort them forward. Pulse Bomb finds Magician. The staying power on the card. Widely's been eliminated. Immortality Field now going to be cleared out as well. Karumi, another Bob. Online, sent, but it's from beyond the grave. They will manage to find one. Petrichor going to be taken out, but AV7 is just far too low. Swoop will zap him to death. The Primal now rolling to just knock them all away with 1.89 meters left to go. Dash will fall. Magician, he re-arrives, but just sees the chaos, sees his fallen comrades here at the cart. The minefield invested to try to get them still in this fight, but it's just not going to be enough. The push comes through, making it damn close, you gotta say. So hats off to Cat, but it's gonna be USIA who keep themselves in the tournament.
USIA showing a lot more flexibility in this series, and I think the nerves got to Cat a little bit in that final map. We just didn't see the same performance from them, and while it is probably the strongest escort map to play the style they were playing, they still struggled to get this Wrecking Ball value consistently, and the punish plays were there so often because he's only playing Wrecking Ball. His patterns, his tells were there, and they kept either killing him outright by purpling him and focusing him down. Once he loses armor, there's just nothing he can do. Or he survives and gets away, but then has to go find a Mega. His teammates are on the other side. They're getting dove. There's no peel. And we really saw, I think, the peak of Wrecking Ball. We also saw some of the shortcomings of Wrecking Ball and what it means to have a lack of peel in your composition when the opponent's dive is so good. And counter dives after the Wrecking Ball engages fail. And yeah, a bit of an unfortunate one here for Cat, to be honest with you, Achilles. I wanted to see 5. I think this team is so unique and so different from the rest of our teams really in Asia. So obviously a lot of people rooting for them. They've got a great logo, but we'll have to wait until next year.
That we will. Well, Cat, keep your heads held high. You done good. You made a little run for yourselves, and yeah, I mean, no one's ever gonna beat that logo. It's so damn cute and just perfect. But let's see who our player of the match is from the USIA side. I think this could go a couple different ways, as it often can, but in the end, I think you and I both might have voted for this man right here. It's gonna be Banter, who's able to go ahead and scoop it up. The Ana play the whole way throughout was very much on point.
I think between him, I mean, there were a few people you could have voted for, but for me it was between him and Jaco. Sunset had his moments for sure early on in the series, and I think Swoo also, you know, had some fantastic plays, but a lot of it, like, we see Swoo's first-person view in these highlights, but it's the Ana that set him up and the heals that were coming through. His synergy with Bayadir was just head and shoulders above of really anything we saw, unfortunately, for the side of Cat. And I think that there was some great moments for the squad. I really did like watching the Batiste, especially with how they were playing the comp. They really knew some of their shortcomings, but yeah, Bayadir, fantastic Ana play. Rare to see that outside of Korea where a support carries that hard that they get POTM, but he deserved it.
Very well deserved, but their job's not over yet here for the side of USIA. If they want to continue to stick around in this tournament, if they want to go deeper, if they want an opportunity to lift the Pacific Cup, I don't think we have a physical, but you know what I mean, then they have to try to get through Fullhouse, who is still looking to be a very dangerous opponent. We're going to go to a little bit of an extended break here in a little bit, but Fullhouse, they've been sat back. They've been watching this match unfold and they've been getting ready to go up against USIA.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what their take is going to be on handling this Wrecking Ball. See if it's similar to what we did see here from USIA, or if it's going to be a... Oh, sorry, I don't even know why I'm saying this, because Wrecking Ball's not going to be in this comp, but I brain farted. I'm sorry. I want to see what their answer is to this Ana and Winston comp, because they're running similar comps themselves.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a bit of a break, and then when we come back, we'll get into the third and final series of the evening and be sending one of those two teams home, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our final series of the evening. We saw USIA able to persevere, knocking Cat out of the tournament, but they still have a rather large hurdle in their way if they want to continue to hang around for a bit longer, because they have to go up against Fullhouse, who looked very, very dominant in our first showing versus Teenage Rising.
They certainly did. It was definitely 3 aces and 2 kings, in the full house. It was a very full house.
So you've been doing your research.
Yeah.
Ready to play poker soon?
Yeah, let's play.
Alrighty.
But I don't know if USIA has it in them coordination-wise to be able to beat this squad, because they were playing the Winston dive with Ash Tracer, and Full House was playing Diva dive, and they just absolutely blasted Teenage Rising. Now, obviously, I think there was a skill disparity between Teenage Rising and USIA, because USIA went deeper in the bracket, and maybe it'll be closer, but I do feel like this one probably is going to be one-sided as well. That being said, I would hope that at least they can make it more competitive than we saw from Teenage Rising earlier on, because if you look at today's schedule, you can see that Full House did take that 3-0. It was one of the fastest series I've cast this year. It was pretty insane.
I mean, breaks and all, it was about 45 minutes long. So it was a pretty one-sided affair. I mean, it didn't help that you had Who Are You just steal the bot away and gain like 50 meters on runasapi with no contention whatsoever. But I think that USIA not gonna fall for that kind of play. But they definitely still do have their the odds stacked against them. Let's go ahead and revisit the roster of Full House, though. Reacquaint you, if perhaps you're just now tuning in, as we are getting into the morning hours in the west coast of America. As, I mean, it's pretty much everybody on this roster is very deadly.
Ray Momo had some amazing Ana play. Yunko was pretty good on the Brig, but Who Are You and FaZe stole the show. But the first map, Speed dominated, and he had some really, really strong picks onto the enemy Tracer. And, I mean, this team is just... It's just a robust killing machine. And when FaZe is playing as well as he is on the D.Va, and you don't even need the Winston. You don't need the cleave damage. You just kill people, you peel, and I really give Full House the big edge here. Obviously, there's a bit of recency bias in how they played against a weaker team, but in more recent games, we did see USIA play the last best of 5. Sunset and Jayco starting again, no surprise there. Swoo, Bayadir, Petrichor will be the rest of the players. There's no subs available for those roles.
Yep, I believe we saw Flicky Minaj once. I think he played one map in their opening series. That was several weeks ago now at this point, though. Not sure if he played in the last round of games, because unfortunately I didn't get to tune in. But we'll see if he does get to take to the stage here. But for now, it is going to be the same 5 that we saw all throughout the series versus Cat. Working their way forward.
I didn't notice last time around that Sunset actually has Sombra as his favorite hero. And it was used obviously quite extensively against the Wrecking Ball, but interesting to see that considering that he did jump to that pick quite a bit when we did see Magician running the Wrecking Ball nonstop. It was a fairly good answer. Wasn't always consistent, but interesting to note. And yeah, they've just been running the Winston comps, and there's a pretty big chance we'll see the Winston mirror. I think in this series, if Full House are pushed to the brink a little bit, if the D.Va comps aren't working, they probably will swap to match, because that is just the most meta comp right now, especially outside of Control. And on Control, we get the full 3 today.
Yep, doing the world tour on Control, so Samoa will go ahead and kick things off in this set. Here to see what things look like here from both of the teams.
Same, I think Ramatra definitely viable on Volcano. We've seen that a lot recently. And kind of just in general since Samoa came out as a map. And then otherwise, I think you're looking at Ash Tracer with either the Winston or maybe, in the case of Full House, that D.Va, if they want to keep finding that success. We've also seen Who Are You play the Pharah today to great effect, which is very popular in Korea right now.
Yeah, I mean, he was just absolutely dumpstering on Lijiang Tower, saw him just putting up a star-studded performance, almost got himself an MVP or player of the match nod, I should say, but game is ready to go, so let's go ahead and get loaded up. Full House versus USIA, yet another elimination series. See who's going to be sticking around, and for now, we will be starting things off here on Volcano.
FaZe shows D.Va.
Probably will just play it.
It would be interesting to see a Venture dive comp here. Venture Tracer D.Va from Full House would not be shocking. Can be quite strong into Ramatra as well. Could just circumvent the Ramatra. I mean, that's assuming that they're considering that's an option, but they will swap, and it will be Ash Tracer D.Va versus the... Okay, this is going to be a Venture for Sunset. Venture Tracer Winston dive. The big difference here being the Kiriko with a rush versus a little of extra armor and sticking power for Full House. As a nade already going to connect here. All of our Ana players today have really been quite excellent.
Yeah, very much have been on point, but early damage. Jimko under pressure, going to be taken down to Sunset on Burrows, able to find that kill. FaZe now at risk, and Mech will be broken. Who Are You able to peel one off? His Bayonet is going to be taken down. Petrichor also dead, so Who Are You breaks down the entire back line. That does give an opportunity for Full House to stick around and maybe find that opening cap. Who Are You just having to dash back, though, showing some respect here to the enemy team, but now they can look to re-aggress forward as Sunset falls to the Dynamite. The shots here on the Jaycos. He swoops around that left-hand side of the point. Dogecoin not really going to get the push back there on the swoop that they were seeking, but Bubble gets bursted. He's got to go ahead and backpedal. Jump across, Petrichor just returning dead again at the hands of Who Are You, and FaZe is able to pistol his way back into the mech, and that means a full house do get the opening cap all the same, and Who Are You builds up a pulse bomb in the meantime.
Yeah, he gets a pulse on the first fight, ended up getting massive amounts of value in the back line, recalled with like sub 10 health in that first exchange, just really limit testing Tracer here quite significantly, and Bayadir is chunked down. Full house with so much control right now. All eyes on Who Are You as he might just look for a blink and a pulse stick straight through the middle. Thinks better of it.
The back, yeah, just looking to try to watch that back line as Sunset gets ready to go for the unburrow, and he's going to land right into it. But Speed is going to be the one who actually claims the kill. The pulse bomb taken out, not necessary, but FaZe will also clean up too. Petrichor swoop, and now Bayadir all going to fall to the wayside as he finds himself a third. A team kill comes across, and that's going to be 40% crested now by Full House.
Who Are You just knew the exact place that Jaco, or rather that Sunset would land. Pulses him. Doesn't matter because Speed steals the kill before the pulse can explode, but great Tracer play here again from an Overwatch legend, as now Full House seek to control the final approach here, potentially. I mean, they only have like one set of ultimates, USIA do.
We need that sound barrier to come up here as Sunset just gets evaporated. Rally rolling from Yunko, stun goes into the ante, and that is just going to be him lights out. Jaco taken low, not going to be taken down though, as Ray Momo will end up falling. Who Are You cleaned up, Swoo starting to come alive. Sort of Yunko as well, so supportless here. Our Full House as we lose the UI for a brief little moment. But that is going to be them establishing some control and getting the flip into their favor.
Yeah, so keep in mind that, like you said, they didn't have the sound barrier for that fight, but it was really high value primal even after Sunset was killed initially. And as a result, they actually get to have this sound barrier to try to equalize ult economy, because if they win this next fight using the sound barrier, which is going to rely on who are you and Speed not killing anybody, then they can actually take an ult lead here. The sound barrier does go up first on all 5.
Piling into the back line, FaZe trying to keep Speed protected, but that D-Matrix only does so much, so they are able to be rewarded with these kills. Solid aggression.
Not a ton of ult build off of it, but still will be a very successful defense, as there comes our UI back. Might have been on the wrong side or something. I didn't actually see anything wrong with it before, but probably was a mistake, and then they fixed it. But
either way,
Who Are You looking for the pulse?
Drops it down, they're stuck in the corner. Maybe a smattering of damage there onto Swoo, but Speed does get found. Jaco into the back line, still continuing to be a bit of a nuisance as FaZe. Gonna have to use that self-destruct, but it's not exactly in the primest of positions. Either way, we'll be able to get the remake here in the corner. Looking for the counter flip. Full House close to stealing this one away, back into their favor. As for now, spam across. Momo trying to build up towards that next nano. Petrichor going to be taken down. Ult in play here for Sunset, but tries to go for the burrow, but ends up getting caught. Flank there from Who Are You, and yep, that's just going to be the cleanup. The flip is there. 85% now ticking up on the side of Full House as Yunko will get taken down. The primal from Swoop will find some value, but needs a hell of a lot more as he's just being focus fired down and has to retreat.
Yeah, they need this rush to get everybody back onto the point, but Nano is available for Ray Momo. This is going to be such a hard fight for USIA to win. They need the tag first, and they will get it.
Yep, touch was in. Jaco able to sink his way across. It's an A-Rush now up front. Close and personal here against Full House. Pulse bomb in from Who Are You. Again, not going to find a target this time around, but Petrichor is going to be taken down to Speed. He's able to find that shot. Takes him out. Jaco dead. A lot of the delay tactics now being limited here on the side of USIA, and they're supportless in the fight. Cleanup is going to be swift and just. It's 100 versus 63% as Full House will take Volcano.
So a much closer series already than Full House's first. Definitely some good moments for USIA. Felt like Yunko was way more punished, way more under threat in this game than what we saw in the Teenage Rising series. As you know, the Brigitte is very difficult to dive oftentimes, but I think that with how Who Are You and FaZe are playing with their aggressive playstyle, he did leave himself open, or they left him open, and he was punished actually by some really nice counter dives from Swoo. So, you know, that's the kind of play you want to see for the side of USIA. See if it does continue here, because obviously they did end up losing that first round. Comps, relatively similar. Sunset will actually play the Sojourn here. And otherwise, Full House going to stay the same. See if he can get some really nice overclock shots. We saw Speed find success with this earlier.
One of the sub maps where you can maximize your value on that Sojourn.
There's one rail shot.
And Speed just going kind of back and forth as far as the damage is concerned. Yunko going to be taken down though. Nice pressure being applied. Finds one of the supports, but it's going to be traded out quickly as Petrichor is dead. And FaZe just always has the 2-for-1 special on these. Just a deal on the enemy supports. Comes up with Bad here. Now, heelless Aryuja, which means that Swoop should fall just a little bit more chase as he makes his way back over onto the point, and ultimately Fullhouse off the back of that kill will be able to go ahead and get the opening cap.
Who are you just keeps winning these Tracer duels? And when Jayco's recalling or backing away, and Sunset is trying to focus speed, then there's just no damage into this D.Va. And frankly, in this comp, especially the Winston, it's just hard to kill a D.Va. And if the supports get left alone with FaZe for just a second, that's all it takes. Same with if he gets a second with Sunset.
For the rail there onto Who Are You, but he's able to play elusive. Dodges out that damage. Down 21, pops the recall. It's not quite full HP, but Jayco just gets tapped there. Yunko sending in a couple Cheerios, finds this shot. Petrichor going to be taken down, so now 2-man advantage 3 here for the side of Fullhouse as they continue to just tear this team apart.
I didn't realize it really until that first fight, but Yunko did make the pretty large swap. It's a pretty big change for him to go over to this Lucio as he was playing exclusively Brig in the first series. And it does allow them to match the rotation speed quite well of Yuja. And now a Genji swap from Jayco.
Oh, this is a challenge.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a bit of an issue.
Okay. Well, we can only hope that Who Are You sends out this pulse bomb and says, okay, let me show you how it's done. I think everybody wants to be treated to some Who Are You Genji. Pulse bomb does get used, and nope, there's the kill. Swu going to be taken down. It looks like for now, obviously no reason to go back to the respawn room to try to go for a swap. Forward push now coming in, Sunset down low. Dynamite going to be lobbed in, gets a multi-man connection, and Petrichor is going to be taken out as FaZe. Simplifying one, Jayco now going to be eliminated as Who Are You. I mean, the man's just not slowing down. I think he might be upset that he didn't get the player of the match in the first series, and he's looking for it now.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely would have deserved it if it were given to him in the first series. FaZe stole it away, but Jayco only builds half a blade, and there is just so little time. No nano boost, just a primal. And Fullhouse are going to have 4 ultimates here to deny. Touch comes through, but he slept.
Slept does have the primal.
Should be able to use it.
Not going to be able to get a full burst to try to take him down, so that is going to be a bit of a nuisance here as the cap gets ready to come through. So far, Fullhouse shoved off the point, but now contest is going to be resumed as the sound barrier comes through in speed. He's able to find a headshot. Jayco going to be taken out of the fray. Just continuing to push forward, self-destruct in the back pocket, but not really going to be necessary here, it would seem, for the side of FaZe. He's looking to try to divide and conquer, and that is exactly what is going to happen. So 2-0, a lot more dominant here on the follow-up round as Fullhouse get a 2-0 victory on Samoa to kick off the series.
Yeah, the first map of Volcano, or the first
Submap.
Submap, yeah, thank you. That was the word I was looking for. The first submap ended up being a lot closer than the second one, but the second one was just, I mean, FaZe has so much agency. Who Are You's getting to the back line. Support line just really struggling to stay alive, and the Winston comp here, I think, is quite good, but he was left very little agency. When you're getting that dominated, your Ana can't build a nano fast enough to then contest, so it's just a slippery slope when the enemy team is winning that hard. I don't feel like, though, this is the same level of outclassing in terms of mechanics. I do think Yuja might be able to take a map here if they can stay focused, right, have some good map picks coming through here, and then just make sure that Who Are You doesn't have the same agency. I'd like to see them playing a little bit more Brig themselves. This is definitely going to help shut down the Tracer when she's getting to the backline. If you keep running the Lucio, a little bit more vulnerable there, even with the buffs to damage. I just don't think you're going to be killing Who Are You or really scaring him away with those Lucio left clicks. So hoping for a series to be right here on this hand and over here on this hand, but I'm hoping Achilles, because I'm happy to see Fullhouse dominate if they look good, but I would also like to see Yusha, if they're going to get eliminated today, put up a bigger fight.
Sure. I mean, fingers are crossed in that regard. So we'll see if they're going to be able to deliver on that front, because now they do have that map pick, so there's that potential to be able to try to get it done. But yeah, I mean, what more can you really say? Fullhouse, stacked, just kind of top to bottom. I mean, the front line is scary. FaZe is able to play front line, back line, whatever he needs to do when it comes down to this D.Va in particular. And also has a pretty good hero pool. So trying to really put him onto something weaker when it comes down to map pick is going to prove to be difficult.
Yeah. We might be able to see Who Are You play Genji in this series if they take us to Flashpoint, for example.
If you can do nothing else, Yuja, go to a Genji map.
Yeah.
Somewhere where we can see the Genji come in.
New Junk City has been one of the bigger ones. We've seen a little bit on Circuit Royale as well. Eichenwald, I feel like fairly viable.
Sure.
Not likely, but viable. Those are kind of the main ones that we have left in the pool.
Could run on Suravasa as well.
Yeah, it's not impossible to play it there. Can work out. We've seen it a lot. I'm trying to figure out, based on what we saw in the last series, where they would take us. Because last series, they ended up picking King's Row, and I was like, okay, well...
Well, that was Cat.
Oh, actually, that was Cat that picked King's Row.
Yeah, because Nepal went the way.
Yeah, what was the first map they picked?
They took us to
Colosseo. But that was a choice to deny Wrecking Ball comps. I don't know if you want to actually take this team to Colosseo. They might just smash you, because it's going to be great for D.Va. It's going to be great for their dive comps. So I feel like it's not an easy choice, to be honest, because there's nothing that stands out to me.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult position to be in here for USIA, but the map set is ready to go, so let's go ahead and get ready to jump into that one. Take a little glimpse and see what they decided on. It's going to be Escort, and it is going to be Circuit Royale.
So maybe some Who Are You Genji.
Well, we're going to be hopeful.
But more likely and perhaps as equally interesting, Speed Widow could be coming through. We have seen Who Are You play the occasional Widow, but I don't think it's going to be him today.
Probably not.
They can play Widow Genji. We have seen a little bit of that, actually, on this map, so maybe that's what the game plan is going to be, but only time will tell.
At least for the defense, I fully suspect that it's going to be Pharah and Widowmaker here for the side of Full House, but we have to see, of course, which side they're going to be starting on, because in addition to the map and game type selection, usually they do get to decide which side they're going to be starting on as well. So let's go ahead and figure it out, put the puzzle together as we get ready to go into Circuit Royale and see if USIA can, in fact, turn this into a series. Okay, first in the attack. Who are you? He's flashing the Genji. Could very well stick with it.
Yeah, Genji dive with Venture has been quite popular. Generally, Widow is more accepted, but definitely with Who Are You on your team, it's viable. On the alternative, on the defense later, we might see, you were talking about that Pharah. I think that Pharah Ilari is very strong on this map. I would love to see that from Ray Momo. For USIA, it is going to be, the standard Sigma here. However, running the Symmetra and Sojourn, this comp has a lot of burst damage, right? You can railgun, beam somebody. Sojourn can chase really well, but they don't have a Lucio, so this is a little bit bizarre. And the surprise will be revealed.
Okay, and who are you? Just going over to the Sojourn. That is not what I expected. Either way, Swoop getting corralled upon. Accretion Stun will come in. He's trying to line up his own. Gets the hit there on the phase. And Mortality Field going to be taken out by Ray Momo. Able to find first blood as Jayco gets eliminated. Speed now just going to be seeking a target. Shield goes up, goes down. Ray Momo finding a second. As it's, up and over the top. Target. Poor environment, I suppose, as everybody's just getting picked off and Speed doesn't really get to click any heads.
Just going to roll this cart forward, grab corner control, and double sight lines for Widow's Sojourn.
Jay goes back to the NG.
I mean, when his deflect is down, he probably won't get a lot of value trying to poke any sight lines to build Dragon Blade, so a challenging composition to say the least here for USIA. And he's trying to pull out Who Are You's Blade, man. He's like, look, how many times do I have to show this before you accept my challenge?
Well,
as you can see, it's a bit of a struggle.
Ray Momo with another one. It's 3 or 4 so far here for that Kiriko, as he is just 18% away from having the ult online. Who Are You is just playing up over the top. Says, yeah, I'm just going to take this position away from you. Speed, though, now starting to be able to get involved. Comes up with 2 as Swu and Petrichor will both fall, and that is going to be a pacey push into A. 5 minutes now remaining as swaps will be made.
I love that observing work from our team, showing Who Are You's point of view there, because you can see the entire fight, and USIA, once Jayco is pushed back and has to be healed up, he can't do anything, and then they're just fishing a barrel for Who Are You in Speed. Had to try to push forward. They did build that ult. FaZe is going to drop it. The
seeking an opportunity, gets the pick up, and that's Swu dead in midair, just setting up for it. And Petrichor did get caught at the same time. And he will fall. Looking like it's going to be just as fast of a push here into B for the side of Full House, who just now have nearly 4 ultimates ready to go. And given the swaps being necessary to start here from the side of USIA, the ult cycle is just so very far in their favor.
Jayco, deflection. Now he is just a sitting duck. He's so close to that Dragon Blade.
Okay, it's in air rushes. They want to push forward here on the final stretch. Heart still steadily streaming forward. Dash away from Jayco is now the overclock going to be popped here by Who Are You. Seeking target. Petrichor is stuck on the wall, and he just gets swatted. Up and over the top, looking to try to get rid of Jayco. Can't quite make that happen. Disruptor shot hits, though, right at his feet, and Swu gets caught in the nest, and that's the blade pull, shut down. Jaco trying to make a hero play, but unfortunately, it just results with egg on his face.
Yeah, that's not how that was supposed to look. That's not how that was supposed to go. Fullhouse just identifying with the Kiriko Rush. Oh, God. That they're just taking all these heroes out before they can ult, or as they ult in Jaco's case, but they're able to identify, okay, we have Kiriko Rush fast enough. We should be able to fight before they can set up the blade.
Okay.
That's a pick back, and let's see if they can stabilize here. But, man, decisive plays from Fullhouse again. Swoo's so far away from that primal. I mean, so close yet so far as this card is just halfway to see.
Okay, does stay alive here. As Kitsune Rush going to be coming through their own overclock. Now going to be met by a Sound Bear on the opposite side, but Ray Momo dies before the shields come in. Who are you taking out? Slide forward, and Speed hits the mid-slide headshot to take out Sunset. He's going to be in a bad spot, maybe dies here, but looks like Inko will come to his rescue to try to keep him protected for the time being. That's going to be a nasty one.
Yeah, big deflect from Jaco, but now deflects on cooldown.
Who are you now back over onto the far, just looking to play anything other than Genji, apparently.
Yeah, well, look, there's still another game to be played after this if this one does go Fullhouse's way. Don't give up hope, Achilleos. Another deflect down, but the target is actually the Winston, and
Suzu buys him a little bit of time, but Bad Air maybe thinking that Speed had given up on the angle. He didn't. Now pick up here on the Flux. Sound Barrier shields there to try to keep them all alive. Sunset peels away one as Yumko will fall. Momo down to a sliver of HP. Should die and will. Swoop coming up with a second one. And now a third as Speed will fall. Yumko's going to be moving over onto the break, though, trying to get a little bit of additional shutdown onto this Winston. And Who Are You is just right up into his face and just punches him to death.
He kills him and he just gets away with it like nobody's going to be able to punish.
The concussive blast as well. It peels him back around the corner. Jaco can't find the kill. Faye stays alive.
Faye stays alive. And now Speed has the Infrasight. This gives Who Are You full information about where Sunset is.
Oh, well, that would have been devastating.
That would have been, but still the push is devastating. As there's just nothing in the tank here for Yuzha until Jaco gets that blade. Look at Who Are You just not caring about anything, just freely poking.
Infrasight expires. As the Fleck going to be coming out. Who Are You just tucking back around the corner cart now, dangerously close, just about 10 meters away. As dash down, looking to try to get on top of Face here for a little bit. Kitsune Rush is going to be used. Speed somewhere off screen, down low, but not killed. Sunset instead going to be punished as Who Are You is just predicting like a mad lad. Finds them all, the barrage clears the way. As there you go, glide forward into the final checkpoint. It's going to be 240 with a team kill as a cherry on top. As Fullhouse make it to the end of circuit.
Another bladeless fight. So just shut down completely. Who Are You? When they know where Sunset is, allows him to play those angles because he's like, well, if he can't shoot me, no one can shoot me. You've got a Genji in your comp. You have a Winston. There's just no way to get to me as the Pharah, and I'm not going to miss. And he doesn't miss. And his movement with the Concussive Blast has been fantastic. This was FaZe's Gravitic Flux from earlier. Pulls a Winston into line of sight. Gets the kill otherwise. That shot we called out. And Jaco's able to get a few of these back with the deflects, but when the deflect is on cooldown, he's just a sitting duck. No blades in that first defense. And man, I feel like I was misled by Volcano. I was like, man, it could be good. Like maybe the series is going to deliver. You know, it was fairly close. But everything that's happened since then has made me a little uneasy. Is Who Are You will lock the Pharah again on defense here. No Illari though, much to my chagrin, because I would have loved to see Ray Momo pull that one out, look for some Captive Sun plays around this Pharah, playing corner, especially with how well Who Are You has been playing on it. But instead, it will just be about as meta as you can get. Honestly, I'll push back on that, because I feel like Kiriko with this comp is not fully meta. There's not a lot of value from Rush, but the Suzu is still going to be fairly useful. Sigma v Sigma, the game plan, as we do on CR. I guess I can't call this map that anymore with Crazy Raccoon being the real CR, but I digress. As it's a bit of a Widow v Sojourn battle. Speed is kind of pushed back here, is playing respectfully.
Alrighty, well, not going to be the Illari here alongside Who Are You to really empower that Pharah. His phase getting stunned up for a brief little moment, but just safely tucked back. I mean, look at his ult charge.
Yeah.
He's at 46%.
He is trying to steal Who Are You's POG again, man. It's crazy.
What has he been doing?
Left clicking people on the corner. This is primarily.
Speed's going to have to relocate here. Oh, he gets the instant tap. Didn't have the full charge to go ahead and confirm the kill, but FaZe has the alley-oop.
Oh boy, we might be looking at a very fast flux here. I think we are looking at it.
There's no question about it.
I don't know if he'll use it that fast because they don't necessarily need it, but I mean, he will build it very fast. We are looking at that now. Whether he uses it quickly or not is left to be seen, but he has double the ult charge of his opposition in Swoo right now. And the Lucio numbers are pretty low. Okay, he is just going to insta-use it.
This is just to absolutely dunk on Swoo.
Yeah.
He was already like a third HP. Didn't need to do that to him. But they did it to him. Speed also finds Jaco at the same time.
It's a guaranteed fight win. And FaZe,
Dude. I mean, who are you just juggling them forward?
Yeah.
Yunko's collecting the kill.
Oh my god!
Okay. all right.
This is some Harlem Globetrotters we're watching right now.
Yeah.
FaZe now just wants to see, I think part of why ult is just see if he can get another flux. He's still got 210 left. Like, I think he can 100% build another one. Can he get one faster than Swoo's first one? That's the real question. That's what I'm invested in now. That's what I want to know. As he might be hard-pressed. He is 40% behind now. As this card is not moving.
Infrasight in play. It's going to be 20-some-odd seconds. Bought off the time bank. Matrix going to be used here desperately by banter just to try to open things up a little bit more. And Sunset, okay. The swap over onto the Widowmaker, looking to match. Will be able to find the headshot, shuts down speed for the time being. Still, though, this barrage is available. Now there's a Kitsune rush here from Raymomo, but he's going to fall. Peeks out, Sunset, able to find that follow-up kill. Coming alive on the Widow just when they need it the most, and Who Are You is going to be taken down. So that should be the breakthrough, and the cap on A getting ready to come in. This Beam looking for Yunko, but cannot find it. So maybe a beat recontest here available for Fullhouse. We'll see if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, I think they definitely can. If they feel confident.
Getting closer, they're going to have to pull the trigger on it soon, and the beat
is
far too late. Jaco will fall, but now contesting the cart comes in with 0.01 meters left to go. Who Are You giving his life over to be able to find one, but Sunset takes out speed as he cleans up 2 more kills. 0.01 still being contested, but Sunset is clicking, and that's going to be 325 in the time back now.
It's the Genji swap angle. No, it's the Genji swap angle. It was such a Genji swap angle for Who Are You.
Who Are You?
But he's just going to play what he played on attack.
Who are you kidding?
Yeah.
Play the Genji.
Who are you? Are you really Who Are You? Because...
Yeah, I'm not believing it.
Who you are is not a Sojourn player.
Okay, but here's the question. Sunset, where was this on the defense?
Well, obviously, Fullhouse lost a lot of momentum.
Where was this on the defense?
Yeah, no, I mean,
look at this man! Stop looking at anybody else!
Yeah. He is going to die to Lucio, but the damage has been done. But the truth is, to be fair, Fullhouse never actually regrouped and kind of kept trickling in and gave him insane opportunities. And now, he had the Empress Ride open, so he has a lot of, wall hacks to play through. But ultimately, Fullhouse need to actually, group up as a 5-man team and try to get it done. And now they are grouped.
Oh, rail shot into the body shot. Speed collecting one as Jaco gets taken down.
Yeah, he swapped over this Echo. Was actually shutting Who Are You down quite sufficiently, so I do like the swap. And now he's got duplicate as we are going to see the wall up.
And Matrix goes through. Disruptor shot forces them back for a brief little moment here. And it's not really on the cart, so they can't actually push far forward because they want to be able to utilize this. As Sunset looking for that jump shot. Takes a nasty hit, but will be kept alive for now as Who Are You being dove on here into the back line, but just trying to really break that line of sight. Does avoid getting taken down by that beam. Raymomo pulls the trigger. Ult goes out. Sound barrier shielding, and oh no. As we can hear the frustrations from the production office.
When I saw Kiriko fly through a wall, I knew. I think it took you like about half a second longer, but I was like, oh, Kilios. It's been a few days. It's been a few days since we had this. So that... All right, you guys can't see it because it's behind the green screen, but I'm going to reset the days since we had to disconnect back to 0. Oh, and it was going so smoothly these last few days. It really was. But not anymore. So,
this whole time, I've been trying to remember. We're going back to this topic. The theme song for Full House. But for whatever reason, the only thing that I can get is the theme song for Family Matters. and I don't remember what the Full House theme is.
Wasn't the...
I remember it opens the shot of...
Everywhere you...
That's it!
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. It's been driving me crazy. Because I can picture it in my head. They're all in the car.
Somebody who loves you, or whatever.
They're in like the red convertible. They're driving across the San Francisco Bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge, yeah.
But yeah. Okay. I'm glad you got it because, yeah, I've had
It took
family
me a
matters.
minute, but then it came to me.
Thank you. You've just saved me. Unfortunately, the game, we'll have to wait and see how saveable that is. I should probably put this in my ear just in case.
Yeah, so obviously, chat, I'm gonna level with you. There is a pretty high chance that this will be completely replayed because USIA had a pretty nice amount of momentum after some happy gaming from the side of Full House there. So Full House lost control, lost ult advantage. We had a big pop-off on the Widow, and then we had the DC, so like it's not something you can redo in such a way that gives you the same distance and the same ult economy. So we are getting confirmation that it looks like it is going to be a regame, which is, I think, the fairest thing in this situation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's what you get with online gaming. So we are going to go to a break. This one might be a bit extended, but if we can come back in earlier, then of course we will do that. So stay tuned, and apologies about the delays. Hello, we're back, and hopefully everything should be working. We've had our admins on it. Our engineers, our technicians, working tirelessly, slaving away to try to get the game up and running. And I'm being told that we are just pretty much moments away from having that happen. But you know who I blame for all of this? Is it the servers? No, it's actually the viewers. I blame all of you for wanting drops. Because you said, oh, how do we get our drops? 10 hours for our Ramatra skin, 2 days with which to do it. These other things that are going to be expiring today.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where you were going.
I know that it was all of you guys trying to elongate this broadcast so you can get your rewards.
I was like, Achilles, that's kind of a crazy thing to say. I don't think they have anything to do with it.
Tinfoil hats is on.
Really weird that you would blame them. But yeah, we are still doing drops. And we have some new drops as well coming tomorrow. Which may, there they are.
There they are.
The Summer Games torch icon, the Taste of Glory meme spray, and then the Ramatra OWCS skin, which is pretty rad. So actually starting today. It was originally told it starts tomorrow, but it's actually running now. So get in there.
I think a couple people have they've been generating some progress. Others not so much. Not sure. Either way, get your stuff while the getting's good.
So,
but yeah, I see through your thinly veiled attempts at maximizing your drops.
I'm gonna see if I can take a look at the lobby myself. I think I may have just broken my monitor, but
let's hope not.
I mean, probably not, but it looks like I don't actually have access at the moment. Sometimes I can actually see the lobby, but what we were told and what we believe is happening, which is the most likely outcome, is that, remember I said it was going to be a regame probably because of the ult economy and all that stuff, to just completely reset the map. Instead, in fact, both teams agreed to push the cart to exactly where it was on that second attack for USIA, with all ultimates set to 0 and actually just both teams rushing out of spawn to rush towards the cart, which will create quite a unique scenario in terms of defender's advantage for the side of Fullhouse because they're closer to the cart because it was close to the cap. But that is the scenario that the teams have agreed to. So the observers recreated the exact distance, etc. And then once that's set, all the players get in the lobby and we do some final network checks to make sure we're not going to have this crash happen again. Then we'll go back into the game and resume the series.
That we will. So, yeah, last thing that we were told was basically the game state has been recreated as far as the cart distance is concerned, and then they're just re-inviting all of the players into the lobby. So as soon as they're all in, they get their little ready checks, and everything is approved and ready to go, we will go straight back into the action. But it's about a minute 45 remaining on the timer, I believe, for the attack for USIA. So they have that to try to get themselves into B, get that little bump up, and then make it to the end of the map to try to take it into extra innings.
Yeah, my memory on the push as well was they were very close to actually capping B, like probably just a team fight away.
Take a look at it. I think I have the image.
Yeah, Achilles has got it.
Let's see exactly where we were here. Yeah, it's probably about 20 meters out.
Yeah, so very close to the cap, so likely to get a time bank boost. And what looked really doomed after a fantastic attack there from Fullhouse, looks like, you know, maybe actually there's a chance for USIA to win this map. Obviously, it would have to be in overtime, and they will have to get close to matching that time bank to keep their chances alive. But if they have a good defense, maybe they could actually pull this off. So looked really rough, and now, you know, kind of playable now that the server is working. Like, that was the first problem with it being playable. And I thought we were almost in, so I'm kind of like getting worried now because we're not actually in. But by the way, you and I can just yap. We're professional yappers.
Professional yappers, been yapping for many a year. I mean, at this point, what is it? It's like 8 years that since Overwatch came out, and we weren't quite at the start casting together. So I guess 2017 is around the time that you'd really start counting that. But it's been a good long while.
Has been.
So.
And I've been yapping here in Korea since 2011. Been a lot of yapping. Okay,
being told that we should be good to go in about a minute. So players are just doing their final ready checks. So it seems like it is for realsies. We're just about ready to go and see how this is going to conclude. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, it's been a while.
I do see chat is actively trying to crash the server in order to get drops. Maybe you were right. I'm seeing a lot of, you know, suspicious chat messages.
Yep, that's right. We have eyes on you guys.
Someone's saying
you can't pull anything and try to sneak it past us.
Someone's saying they need 2 more hours. I think that might happen. I think you're probably still hoping for a win here for USIA to extend the series, or at least maybe on the next map. But it could happen. If they win a single map with where we're at right now, maybe we have a break after game 2.
Well,
it could occur.
I just got word. We're in game. So we're about to go ahead and jump into this one. So about 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, 20 some odd meters away by my best guesstimation. On the cart, let's see how things happen. As yes, we do have the players now rushing their way out of the spawns. You already mentioned it, Fullhouse. They do have the slight advantage to be able to go ahead and occupy this, but USIA getting close by very swiftly.
Yep, running the Lucio will allow them to speed their way over. Jaco stays with this Genji as they swap Sunset on the Tracer.
Wu is going in deep. He's hovering low, really trying to limit deaths here as best as humanly possible, but eventually he will overstep and gets taken down. Banter suffering a similar fate. Cart, however, still gaining some space, pushing even closer to point B. But now it's 1 minute and 10 remaining here for USIA. It's Petrichor. He will be able to survive here on the back end, but Sunset does get staggered.
Fullhouse actually keeping their comp, whereas USIA swapping kind of completely here and going for dive, I think with the low time bank that they have left. Short distance, sure, but with no ultimates and no momentum, because they had kind of the momentum in the last fight, but we had the DC. This reset actually really does favor Fullhouse quite substantially, and they end up winning the first fight as well, so now things are looking much worse, as without a Dragon Blade, it's hard to threaten 2 hit scans that have long-range sight lines here around this corner. Let's see what Jaco can do on the second push. Gonna take more than him. Swoo also gonna find some value.
You getting jumped on, getting taken down. They're able to collect that kill, but Speed able to find Banter at the same time. Nan gets a melee hit to take out Swoo. And starting to spiral a bit as there's 20 seconds remaining, and any additional staggers are going to be very detrimental here for the side of USIA. Sunset will be able to find Speed. Jaco going to be taken down. It's a bloody back and forth here. And Sunset taps the cart for a brief little moment to try to push it back up a little bit closer, but eventually he will fall. Just Swoo, Bayadere alive to try to go ahead and get the touch to leap over the top.
We'll get it, but they need a pick. They need a kill.
Contest is in. Swoo going to be knocked to the ground. Rail coming through here on the flank, looking to try to take him down, but here are you unable to confirm the kill. Flux going to be built up. Banter going to be taken out. Petrichor gone. That's going to be the supports now dead. The drop down of the Flux ends Swoo's life here on the map, and that will be the final team kill to come through to go ahead and confirm the victory. So Fullhouse will be able to get this win here on Circuit Royale, and that's going to be them now 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I think obviously there were a lot of things that went wrong in this series in terms of the servers and all that stuff, but resetting the ults and then trying to go for the Genji Tracer push, I think, is reasonable because it's a really fast attack, right? And if you can build a blade and get some momentum there, it really helps you push to C and then try to match the time bank of Fullhouse. But the first 2 pushes went really, really wrong. The second one a little bit more close, but ultimately they didn't get the picks they wanted quickly enough. And with spawn advantage there and no ults to work with, Fullhouse will end up winning the map 2-0, or sorry, winning finishing the second map and going up 2-0, finishing and stopping them before B. So they're on match point now, and this has got to be a really frustrating situation for USIA because they did have like a lot of momentum on that attack.
Yeah.
And now, of course, they will have their map choice, but it'll be the final of the series. And for the rest of the series, if it goes to 5, it will be every single time you running into those Fullhouse map picks.
Absolutely. So now down to the wire. We are going to go to another quick little break, but this time we'll see you in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll see if this is going to be a 3-0. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into game 3. 2-0 lead right now for the side of Fullhouse after some stuff that took place on Circuit Royale. They're able to get the victory and now have match point.
That's right. So we have one map pick left for USIA to see what their last map pick is going to be. And I don't know, something with long sightlines seems to be where they can find more success. It's tough, though, because we know that Who Are You Now is also happy to play Sojourn.
Sure.
And Sojourn Widow is not really a thing, but it was a thing for them on that last map, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
So maybe avoiding going to maps like Dorado.
Well, let's take a look and see what they're going to be landing on here. As I've been told that the map set is ready. It's going to be Push, and it's going to be Colosseo once more.
Okay. This is a reasonable choice, I think. As we're not really seeing... I feel like FaZe hasn't dominated the same way he did in the series against Teenage Rising. Not that he's playing badly or anything like that, but if you were worried about D.Va, I would definitely avoid this map, but they feel like confident that they can actually deal with it and continue to play their Winston dive with Swoo. And this is probably the best map in the pool for that style. So you got one more shot, Fullhouse, to bring us to a fourth one. And I'm hoping for a good game here, Achilles. I'm hoping for no server crashes. I just want to see some good Overwatch, some clean Overwatch. Let's get it.
Well, we will have... Well, we don't get it anymore. We used to get it. But we'll see if that is going to be delivered upon as we go into this one. USIA need to pull off the reverse sweep to keep themselves here in the tournament. Otherwise, Fullhouse looking to go on that lower bracket run and potentially get themselves back into another matchup against 99 Divine.
Once upon a time, get it. Got it.
We all used to get it.
It doesn't hit the same way.
No, it doesn't, but it'd be what it do.
Okay. FaZe is going to play the D.Va, as expected, on this map, I think.
Surely Sunset. Does he actually stick with this? I mean, this is bold. I mean, he was clicking.
It's good for the first point, so... It's very weak into D.Va, certainly, but if he can find some headshots on the speed, or maybe catch Who Are You, can be strong. I think he'll probably swap if this does go poorly.
Well, I mean, you can see right here, Fullhouse, they're identifying that there's a Widowmaker in play on the opposite side. They just don't really want to give him the time of day over the sight lines. So just looking to try to pile it around this one. Meantime, Jaco trying to push forward, but yeah, eats quite a bit of damage. But there you go, Sunset finds an opening kill. Speed going to be taken down. That's that value. Limited options as far as jump shots are concerned. Shield will go up. Yinko keeps himself safe, and Swoo's going to be taken down, but my God. Sunset is alive and well.
He certainly is, and if you're going to play Widow this well, oh my God. The man.
Assist, yep.
He is just popping. A lot of resources and a lot of attention given to Jaco there, and it looked like from the outset it was going to go very poorly. Oh my God, he almost catches Speed on the exit from spawn. But yeah, it looked like maybe the fight was going to go Fullhouse's way, but they were not paying attention to Sunset. He stayed on the Widow. He stayed on that sight line. We'll get punished here, Caster Curse, but still some distance has been gained. He's almost got that Infrasight. We'll see if he swaps. I'm guessing not, honestly, at this point.
I mean, the way that he was even just containing the flanks, I'd say stick with it. So now, it's going to be Jaco taken down, though. So off to a rocky start here in the second real fight. Going to start pushing forward here for Fullhouse. 28 meters. The distance to beat is Who Are You trying to get his way into this back line, putting some threat down onto Bayadir. As Sunset will get jumped on, but FaZe can't really stick around for too long. With the anti, he will go ahead and now look for Petrichor. He's going to be stuck into the corner. The rockets coming through. Who Are You is able to find Bayadir at the same time. Self-destruct now, going to be popped. No kills to be found off the back of that one, but he's right back into the mech.
Right back into the mech. Sunset pushed away. Infrasight out. Might be time to swap. As unfortunately for him, it's going to be tough to find value now. The lack of control, and they have a deficit. We'll swap to the Ashe, as I kind of expected. Stick isn't going to mean too much onto a D.Va, unfortunately.
Yep. It's just more heals to go ahead and push Yinko up to that rally. So we're going to have matching support ultimates. His speed 75 is taking quite a bit of damage. Swoo able to find that kill eventually, as Rally's going to be popped all the same. Nano across onto FaZe, looking to try to turn the tides of this fight. Swoo falling low, does go ahead, receives the Nano, and has the Primal here on the back end. Support's now corralled in this underpass right alongside each other. Yinko going to be hitting the floor and staying there as Petrichor is able to confirm the kill. Anti out onto FaZe. Should mean that the mech gets broken as well. We'll just stick around for a little bit. But this has still been a very successful push. Checkpoint not going to be obtained, but they take the lead and they stretch it.
Yeah, after the rally expires, there's just no peel for the backline there. Junko was identified as a weak target by Swoo, getting some decent value out of their own nano, and then just wipe the floor with the backline. And obviously they're going to need to win another fight here in order to get the distance lead, but they do have some big tools here. I mean, mainly the primal, and if Fullhouse don't have a way to shut that down outside of a sleep, this Biodeer goes down though.
Oh, and this stick from Who Are You?
And the supports are dead just like that.
Yeah, just picked apart. Who Are You in the perfect place at the perfect time. And Sunset will fall, and Swoo cannot exit, so right back into control. Only a gain of about 6 meters there from the side of USIA, as Jaco going down would be further catastrophe here for the squad, and eventually he will be found flushed out into the open and picked off.
Who Are You's chase downs have been so good, and this is going to be more distance here for Fullhouse. And, last time I said they didn't really have tools to shut it down. This time they have a Bob. And high ground control is so valuable, as you can see here, even with the bubble. Bob going to be used now to, basically split them in half. Swoo may have to primal defensively.
Let's see how deep the Bob ended up going. It's not there on the bridge, so clearly worked his way over towards the spawn room as FaZe sends out the self-destruct, and he finds 3. Gonna have to see that one back. How is this happening? And the sleep dart sends Swoo off the side of the map.
Oh,
ooh,
God.
This is just catastrophe.
I mean,
they
might have be able to finish the map off of this. I mean, that's a huge momentum swing. Primal is a complete wash. He used it to try to survive. He slept off the map. The multi-kill with a self-destruct. I mean, we haven't really seen too many of those since, like, the GOATS days. It's just not that common. It's only used to remake, but FaZe has done it twice today.
Yeah,
that's 5 self-destruct kills today.
Yeah, the double kill from him on Suravasa in the first series. Now the triple. Both supports and the Ash. Not sure what angle he had found, but either way, it's a devastating one as Petrichor is going to be taken down. Who Are You just diving forward, finding that. Doesn't have that recall available for himself, so has to play a little bit more elusively as Bob is going to be unleashed here from Sunset, trying to slow them up. Does have the bot held at bay here for the moment while Swoo goes for the re-aggression, but it just does not last long. Nano Cross keeps Junko alive. And now Fullhouse poised to continue this push and look for the full completion of the map.
Biodeer didn't have his nano when Swoo went back in, and he was just a few % away. He's tossing it out now to try to save the game, but it may be too late.
Back over onto the Widowmaker, trying to just go ahead and channel some of that Carpe energy here, perhaps. Trying to bail them out, but Swoo, again, isolated off the side, dead. And FaZe unfaltering, unhindered right now on this D.Va, just constantly just picking target and harassing at every twist and turn. Sunset will fall. Who Are You? Continuing to just poke and prod, and there you have it. In all of the chaos, the bot made its way to the end of the map, and that is going to be Fullhouse locking in the victory in 3-0 fashion and pushing forward here in this bracket.
Gonna face off against Bleed Esports in that lower finals, and a pretty dominant performance from them, you have to say, in both series today, taking the 3-0. First series a little bit more one-sided than this one, but I mean, how much more one-sided do you really need to be? It was a very clean day of Overwatch for them across the board. You and I voted for Who Are You, but FaZe really made a name for himself in that final game, so I don't know where it's going to go because both of them looked so good.
Yeah, I think Who Are You probably ends up getting this one, but I mean, good God, FaZe, how is he doing this? Like, he's just always good for it.
I think if he does end up getting player of the match, we'll see a replay of it. If he doesn't, we'll have to just...
I hope that we can put that in regardless. Otherwise, I'm going to need the replay codes because I am very curious about how that one exactly transpired. Because
he also had it at the capture moment, like he went back to where their spawn doors were, and then he just like lobbed one into the air just in case, I guess, anyone could maybe try to contest the cart. It was like about to explode as the cart was rolling through. His angles have been fantastic. He's always been a good D.Va player, but in the past you would combo D.Va with like Earth Shatter, Graviton Surge, for example. There were a lot of different ways you could set up the D.Va bomb, but in Overwatch 2. Solo tank, D.Va's been reworked, but the bomb value, especially with so much experience every pro player has about how to avoid those angles, get cover, exactly what kind of like lamppost you can even stay behind to not get hit. It is just so rare to see even one kill with a self-destruct, and it's usually a mistake from a player, or they're trapped or stunned or something like that and they die. But to be able to set up 2 sets of multi-kills just from a lob shot into the air is just so rare to see. And FaZe, man, he's making me feel like we are in a time machine. As obviously the stream is delayed because we got to make sure the players, no one can do any sort of
no screen
cheating or
watching
anything.
and that kind of stuff.
But like I'm seeing the chat react to the bomb now as well in real time.
Yep.
And it is pretty insane.
Just I spoke the names earlier. Shades of Janu, Mickey, these players that had always been able to gain an immense amount of value when playing the Diva. And
Choi,
it's just, Yep, Choi Helbin. There's plenty. I mean, the list goes on and on as far as just star-studded Diva players in the past. But let's figure out. Let's go ahead and solve this mystery of our player of the match and see if we ended up getting outvoted. Because, again, I think we probably would have pivoted after what we just witnessed on the last map.
I don't know. I don't even feel bad about this because...
Oh, no, I don't feel bad about it at all.
I mean, Who Are You just also dominated 2/3 of this, but it's just a team diff, overall across the board. I feel like what was most impressive to me for Who Are You in this series was how much he did, even when his team lost those initial picks. He was like, no, don't worry, I got you guys. And that was kind of the story of Tracer play today in general. As we saw in the other series, not the other Fullhouse series, but the second series with Yuja versus Magician, which is what it felt like. It was just punish plays when the Wrecking Ball went a little bit too far. Who Are You just had such a good game today. And even though we had some great moments from Sunset, Jayco also keeping it competitive, and Bayadir in that second series looked amazing. They're just 3-0'd. It's as simple as that. We had 2 push finishes for Fullhouse today.
That we did. Clearly looking like a dominant force. And honestly, if I'm Bleed Esports, I'm probably very concerned. Because while Bleed have kind of been at the top of the region across, Stage 1, we're anticipated to remain that way coming into Stage 2, they have been felt. They got knocked down. And 99 Divine gave them a very rocky showing in their matchup there to get knocked down into the lower brackets. I'm sure we'll have the bracket on your screen here in a moment. But at the same time, Fullhouse, they played a very close series versus 99 Divine.
Yeah, they really did. So it's a really interesting matchup, to be honest. I feel like either team could take it. As here's the bracket we were talking about, so you guys can see 99 Divine knocks Bleed down 3-1. But 99 Divine was almost beaten by Fullhouse.
Yeah.
Bleed hasn't played against Fullhouse yet, so it's a really exciting matchup. Like, that is a banger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
And I think at this point, just given what was put on display here, Who Are You still just absolutely goated. I think I kind of favor Fullhouse going into that series because right now FaZe is just unflappable in that tank lineup. So, okay, you're not forcing me to use anything other than Diva, so I'm just going to keep just mowing you all down. So unless Bleed can really try to force him off of that, force some of the other players maybe into some form of discomfort, but just given what Fullhouse has been able to put on display, it feels like there hasn't been any discomfort. But here's the schedule. Next week, we will be settling the Pacific region with Fullhouse versus Bleed Esports and 99 Divine watching, waiting to see who that opponent is going to be in the grand final.
Yeah, it is very, very hype. I think even if Bleed goes, you feel really good about that finals. Like, it's going to be a really good one. And 99 Divine did not look immortal either.
No,
they're
sure.
a team that definitely played some of those series very close. So they're the favorites, but yet also I think maybe some of the momentum that's been gained from Fullhouse here might be what pushes them over the edge, or Bleed actually, coming to terms with beating a strong team like Fullhouse, preparing along the way. It'd be fun to watch for sure.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a good one. I will have to find the time to tune in. I'm going to be on vacation next week, so I'll be over in Bali. But I will make sure to be tuning in because both of those series, no matter who ends up in that grand final, both matches are sure to be absolute bangers. I'm expecting 12 maps played. I think, go to 5 in the first one, go to 7 on the second. I don't think anyone's going to be going down without a fight.
No, I think it will definitely be close. None of these teams have actually, when they faced off against top teams, have been able to get a clean sweep, a clean win. It's definitely been back and forth. Much different, than most of what we saw today. But it's definitely one to look forward to.
Yeah. Well, that about does it for myself and Wolf. I believe NA and EMEA is going to be coming up in a little bit. So of course, you guys have some more Overwatch action to watch, but we will also have the resummation of Korea starting from tomorrow. I'll be on that one with Hex. So make sure you guys tune in. We'll see you here, same place, same time as always. But thank you guys for sticking through thick and thin here today. We'll see you at the next one.